Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglasses. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business.
How hard is it to land on the front cover of a top-tier global publication? The answer may surprise you. If you are a business owner, industry leader, speaker, author, or coach, this is your opportunity to get featured in a publication that reaches worldwide. We want to be able to tell your story, showcase your brand. We have made it so easy. All you have to do is answer a few questions and tell us a little bit about your business, and we'll take care of the rest. But why get featured? One, it gives you massive exposure to a global audience. Two, it helps to boost your credibility in your authority in your industry. And three, it helps you to expand your network and unlock opportunities. Now, right now, we are offering a special limited time offer. You can be seen by over 10,000 viewers and readerships each month. So don't wait. This is your time to elevate your business and get featured. All you have to do is click the link below and get started today.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers. Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to hayti.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Wanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Rita Pilot, and I'm your business moderator for this session. This afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network that showcases Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, we have a special guest, Dr. Deborah Harris, and she'll be talking with us about skillful relationship management. Dr. Deborah Ann Harris, relationship expert, is a licensed marriage and family therapist, a retired graduate professor, and an author. She's a native of Dallas, Texas, and has aptly distinguished herself as an expert and systemic practitioner. Dr. Deborah has a fresh and innovative approach to building community within organizations. She specializes in leadership training in corporate environments, and she's authored and co-authored several books that express the universality of relationships, specifically Inclusive Leadership, Bully-Proof My Company, Cheap Advice, It Ain't the Dishes, and How to Love. The crux of Dr. Harris's corporate and community training is the value of effective relationship management. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Deborah Ann Harris. Hi, Dr. Deborah.
Hi.
How are you today?
Great. I'm glad to be here. I'm so excited about what's about to happen.
I'm so glad you could join us. And I'm looking forward to our conversation because I know we're going to learn so much and share it with people all over the world. So let's get right into it. Right. Can you share how your mental health and academic backgrounds intersect relationship management, particularly in corporate environments?
Well, I spent 15 years as a graduate instructor, and I became the inclusive guru. And in other words, I was training therapists how to be good people so that they could help people. And what I realized while I was doing that is that leadership was really, really important to able to do that. And then I had some interesting relationships happening within the leadership of the company I was working for. And so putting all that together, I was like, there's a great need here. And my question is always, who put these people in charge of other people? Because I was training people how to be nice to other people. And I was realizing that people who are leaders need that skill more than anybody.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Can you share a little bit about how when people are socialized, how that influences their workplace relationships?
Mm-hmm. I guess anything that we learn as human beings early on, to be always be honest, or to get what's yours, whatever the mantra is in your community or in your home, it stays with you, and it influences how you respond in relationships, whether it's with the people on the playground or the people in your classroom or the people that you manage if you're a supervisor or a manager. I don't think people realize how much those ideas, early ideas, stay with us. And so I think because we're so unconscious about that, we don't realize that many times we're doing things that disrupt what we're trying to do as leaders and as business owners. And until we become understanding about that, conscious of it, we'll keep making some not so good choices in how we treat people that we partner with, whether we are the higher level partner or a entry level partner.
Great perspective. Now, one of the things you stress is the fact that leaders really need to improve relationships using therapeutic skills.
Mm.
Now, what does that mean exactly? Does that mean all the leaders have to become therapists, or what do you mean by that?
It does sound like it, because what I suggest is that it takes therapeutic skills to have good relationships. And I learned that from not only training students, but realizing that I had to use the training that I was using to train them to treat them. In other words, I had to walk the talk. And so when I realized the necessity of what I was doing, if I'm going to get them to hear me, I had to be the kind of person that they want to listen to. And that applies to anybody who leads anybody else, is that you have to realize that you have to be the kind of person that they want to follow. And we know too many people that don't like their bosses, don't like their supervisors, just get through the day. And that's not just because they don't want to work. It's because the person who's in charge doesn't inspire them to want to work. And if they knew how to treat people, I would say if they knew how to love them, then they would pick a different way and see, don't they get some different results?
Absolutely. It affects each employee, and it affects the culture of the company.
Yes. And you asked me about, the therapeutic aspect of it. That is because as a therapist, you have to be that. If you want to help your client, there's a certain way you have to be, or else they basically just wasting their time and their money, and they're not getting what they want. And so that's where the therapeutic piece comes in.
Now, you've got a lot of books with very interesting titles. One in particular, as we're talking about leadership, what's the significance of the title, Bully Proof My Company?
Bullying comes in all kinds of forms. When we think about bullies, we usually think about an elementary school kid who's pushing some other, smaller, shorter, maybe not as intelligent child around. But as adults, being a gossip, being discounting, like if someone has something to say and you always have something negative to say about what they say, because you can diminish their light by what you do and say toward them. People do it all the time, and people don't really call it bullying, but that's exactly what it is. So you don't really have to wait for somebody after school to jump them to hurt someone's feelings or to make a person feel like they're not important in the workplace. And people many times do it on purpose because they think their light is the only light that needs to be shining.
Mm-hmm.
So the book is about helping people figure out how to get to these bullies and train them how to be different in the workplace and probably in their lives.
Oh, that would make so much difference in so many companies. Now, tell me a little bit about acceptance, and in terms of taking that as a leadership stance when you're trying to create a vibrant and viable workplace community.
It goes back to what I mentioned earlier about the bully knowing how to diminish someone else's presence in the room. And in other words, they're not respecting or accepting the person for who they are. Like we have our ideas about what's weak and what's strong, what's outgoing and what's introverted. And then the people usually with the biggest voices are the ones that get all the attention but there are people who are in the room whose voices need to be put out front, and also who need to be championed, because many times that doesn't happen. And so acceptance is the first way to do that. Basically, is to say, so-and-so is outgoing. I have a great example. I have a problem with people who always got to be out front, always got a joke to tell, no matter what is happening. And I'm like, sit down someplace. This is me. Until I heard someone, an actor, say that people who act and people, I just put it like that, they need the attention. So that softened my approach to people who do that. Now, all I was doing was thinking to myself, like, yeah. But what I realized is that I was not accepting that as that person's personal need. And once I did that, my whole attitude toward people who do that changed. And I mean, like on a dime. But back here, acceptance was a golden rule of mine. All I needed was somebody to help me use it with those kinds of people. So when you begin to accept people where they are, what they bring, what you find a way to see it as a need, whatever it is. If it's a quiet person, whatever it is, once you understand that's who they are, you can soften and allow yourself to lean in and ask questions versus judging.
Great. Now, tell me a little bit about the term expert systemic practitioner. What exactly does that mean, and how does that play into this whole conversation?
My training is, I'm a systemic therapist, and that is basically, we view everything in terms of relationships and things being connected. Right away, you hear where I'm going. And so my expertise is how to do that. How do I consider people's background? How do I consider people's personality? How I consider even the way they look? All of those things create who that person is and the relationships around them. And systemic has also to do with everything being interconnected and relational. So how my relationship, let's go back to my example, my relationship to people who have to be out front there's a problem there. My relationship with what it means to be a thinking person or intelligent person or a poised person was all wrapped up in my bias toward people who always got to be out front. And so, but those are relationships. And so we talk about everything in terms of their relationships and how they affect the relationships around them, the people that they're around them. So my expertise is, how do I bring consciousness or attention to someone's relationship, whatever it is, about what it means to be a boss, or what it means to be a supervisor, or what it means to be a, let's go say, secretary, what those things mean. They're all relational. And in the right kind of conversation, asking the right kinds of questions, you can change with the right questions how these relationships show up in the business place or in the workplace.
Thank
That's
you.
skill. That's therapeutic skill.
Yeah, that's incredible. Yes. Now, some companies, they actually encourage employees to be competitive with each other. They feel like that's the culture that they want to create. Tell me a little bit about that context, the compare and contrast a competitive compared to a cooperative workplace. And what's your thoughts on that?
Oh my. The first thing is, we live in a very competitive world.
Yes.
The whole bully thing, that's competition. You cannot be as anything as I am. But what that does, it divides the workplace. It divides the company, quite honestly, because if the goal is to become like the best shoe store in the neighborhood, everybody that's on your staff needs to be on board with that, not how we can outdo each other to make ourselves the best. So everybody wins when there's cooperation, and it takes a minute for people to get this, but I just, but teamwork, there's a lot to be said for it because it changes everybody's excitement about what we're doing. Everybody on the team feels important. Everybody knows they have something to offer. But if you have always bragging about how tough XYZ person is or how sharp XYZ person is, you're totally ignoring all the other players that bring something valuable to that relationship, to the company, and therefore to making it a winning company or achieving the goals. And so that's just a more cooperative, more positive environment for everybody, not just for the people who are winning or the top producers, what have you. So, yeah, I can go on about that, but that's the point.
Absolutely. Teamwork makes the dream work.
The dream work. And in so many ways, not just in what the end, but the process, how we get to the end. And it's nothing like feeling like you're important and you contributed to the end goal of whatever your team is after versus, oh, I didn't pull my weight. Mm-hmm. Whatever your weight was important. And if you did that, then you did exactly what you're supposed to be doing. And then everybody on the team feels the same way. So we all win and we all feel it, not just because we all got paid, but we all contributed something to the winning aspect of our game.
And that's the type of environment that anyone would want to work in.
I would think. I would like to think that.
Now, getting from here to there, though, can you share with me a method, just any one of your methods that you use to help companies to create a thriving environment for everyone?
Probably the most effective is doing like a survey. It could be a one sentence, one question or 2 question survey. Scaling questions always help because they tell you right away, what people, where they are on a scale. So I would put together some kind of person. I would talk to people in the community, the work community. Tell me, how is it that you do what you do every day? How do you get through the day? Maybe on a scale of 1 to 10, is it a struggle or is it a joy? Say if that was just one question that I asked everybody, we'll get some average and we'll know that if it's on like around 6 or 7, that's a D if we're looking at in terms of it's a D plus or C minus if you want to use letter grades. But I don't think there's a company in the world that wants to be considered failing, because that's what a D is, and C minus is you just barely passing. And so with that knowledge, you said, what do we need to do differently? And then now we're asking other questions too. And we're talking to people and finding out why did you give us a 6 or 4 or 5? Explain what that means. And then they'll get some language that they probably wouldn't have ever gotten. And of course, it's anonymous. So they would not know who said it, but a person want to see their company grow. You would wonder why are so many people gave me a 3 on that. And that means you need to do something different. And then that's when we go in with the whole list of acceptance and curiosity and question and listening, all the therapeutic skills that I've learned that work.
Great. From our conversation and from what I've read of your work, you really believe that many business leaders could be better relationship managers. Now, given that we've had over 200 years of businesses, what is it you think is stopping that? What's keeping all those leaders from being better at optimizing relationships?
They're content. That my first answer, they're content with their ideology, their sociology says if there's somebody that's making an A+ and we're always bragging about this A+ person, that will encourage the B's and the C's to do better. That is not what necessarily happens. a lot of times people say, well, I'm just gonna hang out here with the with the C plus or the C minus students, and because I'm just a C. That whole competition thing, they don't realize that it's really getting in the way. Because when I talked about people want to work for people that they like, they don't work as hard when they don't like the person. So if you knew that competitive thing is getting in the way of your team winning, your whole team winning, therefore your bottom line winning, you would do something different. But I think they're accustomed to allowing, putting someone on a pedestal and having everybody look up to them like they supposed to be aspiring to do that. And what it does is just take the air out of people's tire. It makes them feel like they don't have anything to offer. And therefore you keep getting what you're getting, a few people winning and a few people just going along with it. So I don't think nobody, and I know I'm not the first person to say this because I've read some other authors that say this. So I think people, when they're accustomed to doing something a particular way, they have a hard time doing something different until it's probably almost too late.
It's ingrained.
Yeah. And I have a big test in front of me because that's one of my goals in my life, is to bring that kind of attention to leaders in general, because I know there's too many people that don't want to go to work because of who they work for and who they work with. So that's the whole company. That's the whole industry, whatever it is. And like you talked, and that's the whole country, if you will. Same mentality. But
you talked about leaders in general. You actually started off working with therapeutic groups and families and then transitioned to working with businesses. Talk a little bit about that. What prompted that transition, and how is it different from what you were doing before?
Someone from the corporate sector contacted me and asked me to do a presentation for their company, and I'll be really honest. I think I did a great job.
I'm sure you did.
But the company was so accustomed to doing it the other way. I did the presentation, but they struggled with it. I'm thinking about another company where we did the entire thing with the surveys and stuff. The leader was not interested in changing how the leadership did things. So it was clear that they were not concerned about the everyday lives of people and the everyday relationships, as long as they were doing their job and we were financially, being successful, not thinking that they could be even more successful if they had people who went beyond the call of duty in whatever job they had. Those just example of the struggle of it. Then there are smaller businesses that embrace it because they realize, okay, so you mean to tell me if I start doing this, that my team would be doing something else, and we went through it and it worked. So it just depends on the values of the person who's in charge and their willingness to be open to the possibility that there's something they can do better that will make things even better for them. But if you're used to fighting versus having a discussion, then fight is that's your go-to.
It makes a huge difference whether the leader is receptive or not. What would you say to leaders who might say, yeah, that all sounds great, but I don't think that's really realistic? What would you say to them?
Let me show you.
Okay.
Well, I can show you better than I can tell you. Yeah, give me an opportunity. Small group, maybe the most, I would say it's small. I was going to say maybe the most important group, and which really should be doing it, like the top tier leaders in a company, no matter how big or small it is. Those people, that would be the place to start. But then we might have to look at his or her numbers to see where things are, so that they can be open to it. Or maybe somebody filed a suit or something. People don't do anything so something really goes wrong. And so when something really goes wrong, then they will listen. So I would ask him, my first thing is let me just do a brief survey, and so you can see what your people are saying and thinking.
If they were proactive, they could perhaps avoid that.
You know?
Yes.
You know?
Let's shift gears a little bit and talk about the universality of relationships. Tell me a little bit about that.
You cannot avoid them. When I was mentioning earlier about my relationship with people who got to be out front, when you think about that, every idea, every thought we have is our relationship with that thought, with food, with height, with where you work, where you live, who you play with, who you refuse to play with. All of those are ideas, and so all of those are relational. And so you cannot not be in relationship. Like you're sitting in that chair, that's a relationship. It might be comfortable, it might not be, but it is a relationship. Your behind is in relationship with the seat of the chair, and your back is in relationship with the back of the chair. So every single aspect of our lives is relational. And so when I sit down to talk to someone and the person is anxious, that's a relationship. And so you can't, or the person is happy, or the person is sad, or the person is jovial, whatever it is, that's a relationship that person has. And if it's a problem, then we talk about what is happening with you and your relationship with being happy or not winning more games or whatever your problem is. But yeah, and that makes it easy. So because that means there's no judgment about where you are and what you're doing, because it's unavoidable. And that helps people too.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, besides your relationship with other people, you talk about your relationship with your thoughts, your experiences, your values, your beliefs, and your own behavior. Can you expound upon that a little bit more?
So from a systemic perspective, I would have to be open to what is happening, to the context of my life. The context of people's lives is always important. So the context under which you are operating. And so that means you have to share with me what is going on. What's going on with you? What's your response to that? Not necessarily how you feel, because how you feel and what you do doesn't always line up. So your response to what's happening to you, tell me more about how that's connected to what you are doing. So the whole idea of things being relational, systemic, there is a conversation to be had about that. And so the goal is to try to engage the person, ask the right questions so that you can get to the point where they can see, oh, as opposed to saying, well, you know, you need to do this, you need to do that. And if you stop doing this, who wants to hear that? So it's a different approach to, it's not me. It's a different approach to a person. And that's the other thing. I believe that if you ask the right question, the other person will realize that they know more than what they think they know. And that is, and then you instead of telling them, you ask them and they tell you, and now they realize, and that came from them. And when it comes from them, most likely they will do it versus if it comes from me. Because I am not them, and I'm not the one having to deal with whatever that is that's happening with them. I think I really went off on that question, but I hope there was something in there that answered it.
You answered it beautifully.
Okay, I'll get excited.
Now, there's something that I am curious about.
Good.
You have so many interesting titles for your books: Inclusive Leadership, Bullyproof My Company, Cheap Advice, It Ain't the Dishes, and How to Love. Mm-hmm. Tell me a little bit more about that and how your relationship expertise connects with each one.
Okay, I'll start with Cheap Advice. Cheap Advice is a really small book that I wrote for people who don't think they need therapy. And so it's a backdoor way of, and I think that underneath that the subtitle is, but just in case you think you might need to speak to a relationship expert or something like that. And it's a really cheap book, is because it's small, but it's really important. And so that was me understanding that people's relationship with therapy is not a positive one. And so that's me offering something, but in a backdoor kind of way. It Ain't the Dishes. That's a relationship book for couples. I co-authored that with my friend, Dr. Tasha Russell, and it just means what we're arguing about may not be what the problem is. So it's not the dishes, it's not the kids, it's not the money, it's something else. And that's thinking about the context of people's lives. Inclusive leadership is about people who are in charge, who are not giving everybody on the team the same kind of attention, who are neglecting or marginalizing people that are part of the team. So that's what that is, to invite them to consider being more accepting and realizing what that person who they think doesn't have much to offer is what they really do have to offer. Bullyproof, I mentioned that. How to Love, quite honestly, I mentioned that early and just offhandedly when I was talking. But for me, that's everything. All of that other stuff is in one. And that's based in what I realized when I was teaching and training therapists, is that I was teaching them how to love their clients. And love for me is not this romantic thing that people, feel or giddy. And because this is me, you can love somebody I don't call it love. I call it respect. I call it acceptance. I call it, being curious or listening. But those are behaviors that signal what love really is, and how to do it is what the whole book is about. And really, all of the books are about that. They just take a different way of approaching it. And I decided to be clear for me.
Great, great. Beautiful, profound, and intriguing.
Cool.
As we start to wrap up, is there any critical question that I haven't asked you?
I think because what I do is about relationships, one of the things that I do not talk a lot about is money. And because that's a relationship too. And so I would offer that when you're in business, you're in business to make money. And you've heard people ask the question, what would you do for free? What is it that you love so much that you do it for free? You're in business to make money, but how your relationship with money is going to affect how you approach it. Your relationship, of course, with the people that work with you is going to affect how that works. And so my thing is find a way, and this is for our community and any community where there's a need for financial advancement and a financial legacy, but there's a struggle there with what to do with money or how to manage money because of your relationship with it to get you what you say you want. So I would say I'd seldom talk about money, but money is just as important, especially when the whole point of working is to get fruit from your labor. And there are ways to do that gets you what you want in a way that's honoring and accepting and loving.
Great. Now, how can people get in touch with you if they want to learn more about how to work with you or some of your books?
My email address is a good one. It's Dr. Deborah at howtolove.us. DRDEBRA at howtolove.us. And that's LOVE, HOWTOLOVE.us. I have a phone number if anyone would rather call me. It's 954-218-0267. And that's my business line.
Thank you so much, Dr. Harris. This has been just tremendous, and so glad that you came to join us today. And I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, We cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kingston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Carolinas Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council is proud to announce that the 2025 Business Opportunity Conference will be held in Charleston, South Carolina.
With support from our 2025 title sponsor, Sunoco, the event will once again feature the Scholarship Swing Golf Tournament curated by West Carey Group and Styra, and host the welcome reception at the International African American Museum.
Tickets are on sale now. We look forward to seeing you in Charleston August 3rd through the 5th for the Business Opportunity Conference.
Are you a Black entrepreneur with a vision for global success? Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Introducing the Black Business Network, BBN, one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of the world. The only 24/7 global multimedia ecosystem dedicated to connecting and promoting Black entrepreneurs, brands, and businesses globally. With BBN, you can sell your business now 24 hours a day to over 200 countries. Reach a global audience in real time, build trust, and generate leads like never before. Access a world of opportunity with our live streaming and replay platform, featuring on-demand content, documentaries, and exclusive interviews. Get your exclusive, one-of-a-kind Black Business magazine covers that feature you and your amazing business today. And tap into our Black Business Global Chamber of Commerce, where your voice will be heard globally with over 1 million business owners. Learn the insights and strategies that Black entrepreneurs are using to grow today. Power your business with the Black Business Black Credit and Debit Card. Get cashback, access microloans, and build your business by doing business with Black businesses worldwide. Stay ahead of the curve with the Black Business World Report, our yearly intelligence magazine, providing industry trends, government programs, funding alerts, and so much more. BBN is more than just a network. It's a revolution. It's a global movement, uniting Black entrepreneurs from over 200 countries to share knowledge, build relationships, and create economic empowerment. And for corporations, BBN offers a unique opportunity to demonstrate your commitment to diversity and inclusion and access. Submit your corporate commercial today. Sponsor BBN, reach a targeted audience, and support the growth of Black-owned businesses. Our Black Business Ambassador program provides support and detailed information on all activities. From onboarding to mastermind think tasks, they cover it all. Whether you're looking to expand your business or your viewers, BBN brings together the tools, talent, and technology needed to grow Black-owned businesses worldwide. It's where we speak, sell, connect, and rise. Live and on demand. Join the Black Business Network today. Visit bxtv.org to learn more and unlock your global potential. Where business is broadcast live. Where the future is today. Call 919-308-9090 for your Black Business Fireside Chat today as we showcase your amazing business to over 200 countries. Black Business Network, one of the largest Black business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Call today 919-308-9090 USA.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu,
iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11, I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
I'm Kennedy Harris. My genius is being an entrepreneur. I'm the CEO of K-Lock, a company where I develop my very own line of kids supplements. I currently market my multivitamin for kids to help combat weak immunity. During the pandemic, research has shown that having a strong immune system is key to fighting off disease. My vitamins are for kids, but adults can benefit from them as well. I'm adding a proprietary blend to my supplement line. I want to create my own blend so that I have a competitive edge in the marketplace. Staying healthy is important to me so that we live longer and have healthier lives. My website is klockproducts.com. That is K-L-O-C-K. Genius is common.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at @BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
You are a Black-owned business and you're looking for new ways to expand your reach. Or you're a creative and you have an amazing story that needs to be told, seen, and heard. Well, at Fayview Night TV, we're streaming the diverse and authentic narratives of Black American culture. At Fayview Night TV, you have access to product placement, feedback loops, promotional spotlights, and other ways to showcase your brand. And we have fans all around the world that can't wait to see what you're up to. So come to Fayview Night TV because we are showcasing the culture 24/7 with Black stories and Black storytellers. Subscribe to FayviewNightTV.com today. And for more information, email us at info@FayviewNightTV.com or call our hotline at 816-819-9939. Fayview Night TV, one of the largest platforms showcasing Black American content in the world.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize. Because everyone's a fan of something, and everyone has a fan base.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaugh, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaugh explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon and welcome business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Rita Pilot, and I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. This evening, we've got a great guest, Carter Bonaz. Carter is a rising young PGA golfer, author, entrepreneur, who's on the autism spectrum. He's transformed personal challenges into platforms for success and advocacy. He was diagnosed with autism at an early age, and he was unable to speak until he was 4. He's endured severe bullying in school, and at one point, he was actually expressing thoughts of self-harm. Determined to help him thrive, his mother, Dr. Thelma Tenney, founded the Healing Arts Institute of South Florida in 2015, where she offered no-cost mental health services to youth and families throughout Florida. Despite these early hardships, Carter was able to find solace and purpose on the golf course. He channeled his newfound confidence into creating Spectrum Golf, an inclusive apparel line designed to accommodate individuals with sensory sensitivities. Carter debuted Spectrum Golf at the 2022 PGA Show, and which is one of the largest golf merchandising events in the country. This led to extensive media coverage, including features on the Golf Channel, PGA Magazine, Golf Digest, Golf Live TV, Resort Business, and also NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. His story resonated worldwide, garnering attention from Golf Central Magazine, North Carolina, Florida Golfers Magazine, North Central Florida Golfers Magazine, the European Times News, USA Today, and more. Carter's achievements soon caught the attention of none other than golf legend, Hall of Famer Ernie Els. His son is also on the autism spectrum. Els invited Carter to walk the course with him during the Chubb Classic, putting Carter and Spectrum Golf on the global stage. In addition to collaborating with Els for autism, Carter has spoken at all sorts of things, such as the Inclusion and Diversity Summit, at Dow's LPGA Great Lakes Bay Invitational, where he met golf pro Anita Uwanda, and which is now sponsored by Spectrum Golf. That same year, he competed in the South Florida HBCU Golf Classic and ultimately earned a 4-year scholarship to Florida Memorial University. Building on his advocacy and entrepreneurial spirit, Carter launched Carter's Spectrum Golf, a 501c3 nonprofit, providing free golf lessons and gear to veterans and children in need. It is so exciting to have him here today. He's on tour, and the tour actually culminates annually on April 25th, which has been proclaimed Carter Bonaz Day in celebration of Autism Awareness Month, Youth Achievement and Excellence. Carter has been honored in many, many ways. Most recently, he was introduced into the African American Golfers Hall of Fame. With that, Carter, could you join us?
Yes, hello.
Hi, welcome. So happy that you're here today.
I'm happy to be here too. Thank you for inviting me.
I've got a few questions for you. You're just such an incredible young man. It just brings a smile to my face seeing you and talking with you. Let's start at the beginning. What was it that inspired you to create your own line of golf apparel?
So what inspired me to start my own line of golf apparel was during the pandemic. I was worried something would happen to my mom and that I wouldn't be able to get a job or take care of myself. So I asked her if I could start my own business, and there was a lot of no's at first, but then she finally said yes, and that's when I worked hard and I studied to find a business idea that just really spoke to me. And at the time, I was playing a lot of golf, and I was having a really hard time finding comfortable clothes since I have a skin sensitivity, which makes wearing certain clothes like sandpaper. So me and my mom would spend a lot of money on clothes that just didn't feel comfortable and that I just didn't want to wear. So then I told my mom that I could make comfortable golf clothes. So I could have comfortable golf clothes, and so I can give them to people who have a skin sensitivity just like me. And I would say I'm really inspired from my mom and my dad, because my mom has her own therapy business where she gives, like you said, free therapy lessons, and my dad has his own car repair shop.
Great inspiration for you, and great job with everything that you've been doing. Now tell me, how did you come up with that name and also the logo, which is a beautiful logo for Spectrum Golf? What does it mean to you?
So I came up with the name Spectrum Golf because I am high on the autism spectrum, and playing golf is my favorite thing to do. So me and my mom and dad were brainstorming ideas, and that's when I brought up Spectrum Golf. And then once we had the name, we had to make the logo. So I wrote down a couple of designs on a sheet of paper, and one of them was SG, but I ended up writing the G backwards because I'm dyslexic, and I was originally going to fix the mistake, but my dad said no because it looked really good, and we just went from there, and that's how I got my logo.
That's great. I mean, and it's a great logo. Love it, love it. Now, tell me a little bit more about your apparel line. What is it in terms of the materials, the styles, the message? What's the crux of it?
So what makes my apparel line unique is that I use a material for my shirts in my pants called wicking polyester. And the special thing about wicking polyester is that it feels comfortable, it's light, and it only absorbs 0.4% of your sweat, while cotton absorbs more than 1%. So you can stay dry and stay light on the golf course, and your clothes won't weigh you down.
That's great. That's great. That feels what sounds like it's going to feel really comfortable.
Yep. And one thing is that with my pants, I have special inspiring messages on the pants, and one of them is lead the way.
Perfect. Perfect. Inspiration that you can wear.
Yes.
Now, you made a huge splash at the PGA show. What was it like showcasing your brand on such a big stage, and how did people respond?
Going to the PGA show was amazing. It was my first time going to a really big golf event and showcasing my brand new business. I was nervous and excited at the same time. And at the PGA show, that's where I got my first interview. It was scary the first time. I was nervous, but I just said what was on my mind, and I just did great. And if I wasn't at the PGA show, I wouldn't be here today. So I think going to the PGA show is one of the biggest parts of my success and one of the things that impacted me the most.
That is so wonderful. You had an opportunity, you took advantage of it, and as you said, you not only did great, you knocked it out of the park. It was just excellent, excellent. I actually heard you there, and it was just an inspiring experience.
Thank you.
Now, this has led to some incredible opportunities. You've been named the UPS and Masters Unstoppable CEO of the Year. You've attended the Masters. You've been inducted into the African American Golfers Hall of Fame, and a lot more. Tell me now, what has been the biggest highlight for you so far? I know it's hard to pick, but what's the biggest one?
I think the biggest highlight I've had so far was back in 2022. I was doing a photo shoot, and then when we were done with it, because I didn't know exactly why I was there, and I found out I was going to be Sports Illustrated Sports Kid of the Year.
That's a huge honor. That's a huge honor. Yes, yes, yes. Now, in addition to all your accolades, you are also a published author now. Tell us a little bit about your new book and the message that you want people to take away from it.
Yes, so my new book is called Swinging Beyond the Spectrum, How Autism Became My Superpower on and Off the Golf Course. And I actually have one of my books here right now. And the main message of my book and the reason why I wrote it is so I can tell people the challenges and struggles that I've went through in my life and overcame through staying positive and finding and having the right support group to lift me up and be there when I need them.
Excellent, excellent. Now, you mentioned as we know, you're on the autism spectrum, and your story. I mean, your accomplishments are great. The attitude that you have is just incredible. You've inspired so many. I mean, you weren't able to speak as a child, and now you travel the world, and you're speaking to hundreds, and you're here with us today, speaking on the Black Business Network. How has this journey helped you to embrace your difference and spread that message to others?
I would say this journey just helped me accept my diagnosis of autism and just be proud of it instead of being ashamed of it and try hiding from it. Because before, I I just did my best in school to act normal so I wouldn't be bullied as much. I just kind of hid from who I truly was. But then the pandemic hit and I got my business, and that's when I finally realized that I can just be myself and I wouldn't have to worry about what happened before anymore. So I think since then it's just been getting better and better.
Yes, just being yourself. Now, you've accomplished a lot, but I understand you have another goal, and that goal is to play golf in all 50 states. How did you come up with that goal? And by the way, how are you doing so far?
So I came up with that goal because me and my mom travel a lot and I still love playing golf. So I just came up with a little fun game that I could play where every time I went to a new state or new country, I would write it down and I would just play golf there. And the goal was to play in all 50 states and as many countries as I can. Right now, I don't have the list, but I believe I've played in 10 different states, and I have played in Egypt at Ernie Els' golf course. So I think that was one of the coolest golf courses I went to.
It sounds wonderful. And we know that you're going to achieve it. Looking forward to hearing all about it.
Thank you.
You mentioned Ernie Els. You've built a great relationship with him. He's a golf advocate, a golf legend, and also a fellow autism advocate. Tell us a little bit about how you met and what you've been able to accomplish together.
So how I met Ernie Els was through the PGA show when my interview was taking off, and one of his friends saw my interview and then sent it to him. And one of the funniest things is that my coach told me that me and my mom should reach out to Ernie Els because he would love our story. And me and my mom would say, that's probably not going to happen. He's a really big person and we're just starting out the business, so he wouldn't really pay attention to us. So it was a surprise when me and my mom woke up. And what I like to do is that when we wake up, we like to check our emails together. And we found out that he reached out to us and invited us to his center for autism, where he helps people like me to be independent. And that was just one of the best days of my life. He's a really nice person, and we have been able to accomplish a lot of things. He has been able to help me with my business, help me with getting the word of Spectrum Golf out there. So I think that's one of the biggest things that he's helped me with, just promoting my business. And I do have other business plans with him, and I'm still working out the ideas for it. But I have some big stuff coming up in the future.
I'm sure you do. Wow, what a great mentor and helping you. That is wonderful, wonderful. Now, I also know that beyond golf and clothing, you also started a nonprofit. Tell us a little bit about Carter Spectrum Golf and what's the mission and purpose behind it.
I started my nonprofit called Carter Spectrum Golf a year ago when I was doing some research and I realized not a lot of people were playing golf who looked like me. And that was because golf is one of the most expensive sports, where you have to buy a golf bag, expensive golf clubs, and access to the golf course. And I was a bit upset by that. So I wanted to start my own nonprofit where I give free golf lessons to youth and veterans and just introduce them to the game of golf, because when I was introduced, it was the perfect sport for me. It wasn't a contact sport. There was no yelling, no screaming, no pushing. It was peaceful. I got to be in nature, see all the unique trees and animals, and it's just the perfect place for me to be. So I just wanted to share that love and joy that I have for golf with anyone I can. So that's why I started my nonprofit, so I could just help people get introduced to the game of golf and just teach them what I've learned and what I'm still learning.
Fantastic, fantastic. When you were describing it, I was like, oh, that does sound so peaceful, so peaceful. Now, I know you also recently just expanded even more. You're now into farming and healthy eating. So tell us a little bit about your new farm and how does that tie into your message about health and wellness and helping others?
So my newest business adventure is Carter Spectrum Farm, and me and my mom bought a farm in Punta Gorda, and we're still working to get all the plants planted and renovating the house. And my main goal and idea for starting the business was so that people can have a place to retreat to detox from unhealthy food. And one of that's one of the things I started it for. But I think the main thing was helping people beat diabetes just like I did, because uh, 2 years ago I was on the couch in the living room watching TV, and I had this really bad pain in my chest. So me and my mom went to the doctor, and we found out I had type 2 diabetes, and that really scared me and my mom. And that's when we both started losing weight, because back then we were unhealthy and overweight for our sizes. We got tired easily, and it just made it hard to do stuff. So we put in the work with proper dieting, exercise, and today it paid off. My mom lost 100 pounds, and I've lost maybe 40 pounds, but I gained it back because I am growing a lot. So I look slim for my age and my height. I'm healthy. I can run faster and stand for longer. Before I couldn't stand for 30 minutes, and now I can stand for maybe 2 or an hour on end. So I just want to help people with that, because getting in shape was one of the best decisions in my life, because I can just do what I love to do, which is just be outside and run and play with my friends. And it's just awesome.
Yes. And just by telling people your story, you're helping people. I mean, that is incredible. I love the fact that you and your mom did it together and that it was something that you just took on. And that's incredible. Thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome.
Charity golf tournaments, that's a big part of your work. And at those, you have the Spectrum Golf Apparel. Are you able to do customized golf apparel for those type of events or for special occasions if people are interested in that?
You know what? The cool thing about my apparel line is that if you make the request, that we will make a design and customize a shirt for your event or for a partnership. I think the best example was on April 26th. I had my annual golf tournament, and we partnered up with the online school that I go to called K-12 Online School. And we made a design where there were tiny autism puzzle pieces along with the school's logo and my logo. And we made them small so it kind of blended in with the shirt. And also we could do we can do what kind of the design of my shirt right now. We have my logo and one of my business partners called Orca Golf. I have their logo right on the other side. And another design that we've done before was for my home golf course, the Country Club of Coral Springs, where we shall sell our shirts at the pro shop, and we have our logo right here. and then we have the country club's logo on the shoulder.
Oh, nice. So you can actually do the design in addition to delivering the apparel. That is fantastic.
Yes, and I think one of the coolest things is that I make the design, and
Ooh, oh.
I personally choose which one would be best.
You are such a multi-talented young man. Incredible.
Thank
And
you.
you're still so young. How do you manage it? How do you juggle being a CEO, an athlete, a student, and a speaker? How do you manage it? What keeps you so focused?
So managing all of that with my business and personal life is difficult, but over the years I've found ways to make it easier. One of the things is just planning out my day beforehand. So I have all of my business things and events that I have to go to. And then after that, I can just go home, relax, do my chores, and maybe talk and hang out with my friends. So I think just having a good schedule and just planning my day out the day before is really important. And if I didn't do that, my schedule would just be all over the place, and I wouldn't know what I would be needing to do, and I would just probably stress myself out and just work all day.
That's great. That's great. That's good practice. And I love that you're getting your chores done too. That's important.
Yes.
Now, I know you love the game of golf, but tell me, what is it that you love most about it, both on and off the course?
I think the thing I like the most about golf is just the nature aspect, just being in nature with the trees and the animals. One of the coolest parts about living right next to the golf course and a little bit on it is that you get to see the unique birds. And one of the coolest ones I've seen are these green parrots that fly around the house sometimes, and sometimes they'll have flocks and they'll land in the neighbor's tree and then fly away. And I'll also see them on the golf course. And we also have some we also have some coyotes on the golf course that sometimes roam into the neighborhood, which is cool and a little bit scary at the same time, since I do have two pet cats named Luna and Mugwai that I like to keep inside during the dark, so they're not in danger of the coyote. And I think one of the recent encounters I've had was I was going to clear some spider webs in the pool area, and the broom was knocked over, and I went to go get the broom, and there was a really long snake next to the broom.
Ooh.
So yeah, I think that was pretty cool and scary at the same time. But yeah, I think that's what I love. Yeah.
Good. I wonder, you have achieved so many big things, and you're a big dreamer. I mean, you've got ideas and you go after them. What type of advice would you give to other kids, especially those who might be on the spectrum?
The advice that I would give to kids with autism and anyone is just stay positive in that anything is possible, because before I didn't think I would be successful, but one day I just decided to believe in myself, and look at where I am today. I'm successful, I'm working on my farm, and I'm just happy. So one of the biggest things is just stay positive, and that things will always get better. If you just stay positive, put in the work, and have a good support group, either that be family members or friends or both.
Mental health is a major part of your journey. What do you do to stay motivated and take care of your emotional and mental well-being?
What I do to stay motivated and just um, keep my mind in check is I think about what makes me happy, like golf, family, friends, my cats. I do my best not to stress myself out too hard. And if I'm in a situation where I'm feeling really stressed out to the point of having a panic attack, I just walk away from the situation, take some deep breaths, and then come back to it with a fresh mind, because I think just staying calm and collected is really important for a lot of situations.
This has been so wonderful. One of the things I want to make sure that we share with our audience before we wrap up, what kind of partnerships or opportunities are you looking for next? Book signings, speaking events, golf stores, hotel, resorts collaborations. What is it that you are looking for, and what would you like to share with our audience about that?
All right. So hopefully in the future, I'll be looking forward to having Carter Spectrum Farm completely finished and just having that project up and running, and continue doing my golf lessons where I teach my kids how to play golf, because they're family because they're always there and I teach them, and we just have a really close bond. And I do one of my projects that I'm still working out is called Carter Spectrum NIL Golf Tour, where I will be having international NIL students play in a golf tournament. And yeah, we're still working out the finer details, like where it's going to be held and how much money we need for it. But in the future, we'll definitely have that done. There's no doubt about it. If I just stay positive and do the work, anything can happen.
Absolutely. You have no doubt. I have no doubt. There is no doubt whatsoever. Now, how can people get in touch with you if they want to ask you about some of those partnerships or opportunities? And also, how can they go about purchasing your book?
All right. So if anyone wants to reach out to me, you can call the number, the business number, 954-644-9567. And if you're interested in my book, Swinging Beyond the Spectrum, How Autism Became My Superpower on and off the Golf Course, it is available on my website and Amazon. And if you want to look for it on Amazon, you just type in the book title and you'll find it. And when you want to go to my website, it's www.carterspectrumgolf.com, where you can buy my other clothing items like belts, pants, shirts, hats, visors, sweat towels, golf towels, and more.
Thank you for sharing that. And thank you so much for joining us today. You are such an incredible young man. Your story is so inspiring. And the things that you're doing are just off the chart stellar. It's an amazing thing. And it goes to show genius is common. So thank you. And I will see you on the other side.
All right. See you soon.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Is it to land on the front cover of a top-tier global publication? The answer may surprise you. If you are a business owner, industry leader, speaker, author, or coach, this is your opportunity to get featured in a publication that reaches worldwide. We want to be able to tell your story, showcase your brand. We have made it so easy. All you have to do is answer a few questions and tell us a little bit about your business, and we'll take care of the rest. But why get featured? 1, it gives you massive exposure to a global audience. 2, it helps to boost your credibility in your authority in your industry. And 3, it helps you to expand your network and unlock opportunities. Now, right now, we are offering a special limited time offer. You can be seen by over 10,000 viewers and readerships each month. So don't wait. This is your time to elevate your business and get featured. All you have to do is click the link below and get started today.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
At 5-Star BDM, we don't just elevate brands, we forge industry icons. Our mission is to amplify your business and personal brand through dynamic AI-enhanced strategies and an elite professional network of over 20,000 experts. We empower entrepreneurs and small to medium-sized businesses to lead, scale, and transform. Our powerful network accelerates your speed to market and connects you with unparalleled growth opportunities. If you're ready to lead, we'll position your brand to set the industry standard. Explore our comprehensive services designed to build your brand, drive growth, and innovate your business. From personal branding and business development to technology solutions and investment banking, we offer tailored strategies that deliver measurable results and help you dominate your market. Our personal branding service uniquely tailors your professional story. Starting at just $99 per project, we offer online courses, in-person workshops, and scheduled weekly calls. Perfect for individuals beginning their personal branding journey, we help you craft a legacy that commands attention and respect. Strategic plans and execution are at the heart of our business development services. We focus on sustainable growth, helping you secure funding, scale operations, and expand your market reach. Our expertise ensures your business thrives in competitive environments. Innovate with custom artificial intelligence, machine learning, and software solutions tailored to your needs. Our technology services are designed to enhance your business operations and drive efficiency, ensuring you stay ahead in the digital age.
Discover real stories and real results. From healthcare startups to tech entrepreneurs, our clients have achieved extraordinary success.
For instance, a healthcare brand transformation led to a 40% drop in patient infections, showcasing our impact in diverse industries.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
Infection control and nursing for over 30 years. It is truly my passion. I love being able to see people who are in need go into a facility and get quality care, have quality outcomes, and don't leave with anything they didn't come in with. Infection control experts is really about having the ability to partner with facilities, partner with organizations who may not have the resources to be able to make sure their residents or patients, depending on the setting, get the best care that they have. What we're finding a lot of times is a lot of people are wearing many different hats, and staffing is hard right now. And COVID did a whopper on all of healthcare, and everyone is hurting. So I come in, and our organization, we're here to be that support system for them, to provide that extra pair of hands, the innovation that they need for efficiencies, things that are going to make the difference in what happens. And we don't come in when the surveyors come in. What differentiates us is we're their partner. So when you get us, but we're helping you proactively monitor, proactively engage, proactively look at real-time information so that we can make the difference ahead of time.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
I.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Rita Pilot, and I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities from all over the U.S. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. This afternoon, we've got a real treat. We have Dr. Dion Roundtree, who's the CEO of Roundtree Training and Consulting, a nationally recognized leadership coach, corporate trainer, and keynote speaker. She holds multiple professional certifications, including SHRM, John Maxwell, and DISC. She brings over 20 years of experience in leadership development, workforce training, and personal growth. She has a dual doctorate degree in ministry and business administration. Dr. Roundtree also earned a master's degree in professional leadership with a concentration in training and development. She served in executive and faculty roles across corporate, academia, and sales environments, where her expertise continues to influence leaders across a multitude of industries. She's an author of 2 acclaimed books, including Leading From Within, and Beyond the Boardroom, Learning How to Play and Win at the Game of Corporate Politics. Dr. Roundtree is also the founder of the Leading Within Ministries, a faith-based nonprofit committed to developing value-based servant leadership. She's an active civic leader. She serves on boards of the Black Chamber of Commerce of Palm Beach County, the Office of Equal Opportunity, ICABA Advisory Board, the Genesis Community Health. She's also the 2nd Vice President of Operations for Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority, the Alpha Upsilon Omega chapter. Her work has earned her widespread recognition. That includes from the American Heart Association, their Impact Award, the Alpha Kappa Alpha Southeast Region Servant Leader Award, and the Black Chamber of Commerce Ascension Award for Emerging Black Business of the Year. She has the Laureate Award from Carlow University and also ICABA's Women of Impact Award. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Dion Roundtree. Welcome, welcome. So happy you could join us today.
Thank you, Rita. It's a pleasure to be here.
Well, we're certainly pleased to have you. Looking forward to learning all about the work that you do, and I'm sure you're going to drop a ton of pearls for us.
I hope so.
Now, tell me a little bit about Black in the Boardroom. I love that title. What made you create? I understand there's an executive coaching program that goes with it. Tell me a little bit about it and what caused you to create it.
Well, thank you, Rita, for having me. And I'm very much a supporter of Grant McGaw and the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. And I think this might be my third or fourth time being a guest. And recently I decided that I wanted to create an executive coaching program for women of color. And the reason is because of what has been going on, of course, in our country and in business. I wanted to create a safe space for women of color where they could actually discuss some of the challenges and the barriers that they're facing, whether they work in corporate America or in any workplace, or if they are in business or aspiring to be new business owners. I wanted it to be a supportive environment where we can connect and intentionally support one another so that we can help each other, whether it's growing in corporate America as far as climbing the corporate ladder, or if it's helping each other to network and grow our businesses real time.
So tell me a little bit more. How does your program uniquely support women of color in corporate, or perhaps they're transitioning careers, or maybe they're even starting to build businesses?
Well, I do have a website that is dionroundtree.com/package. That's dionroundtree.com, which is my name, /package. Once an individual clicks on that particular page, they will see that, first of all, they can join our community. The community is called Ladies Lending the Ladder, because we have women who are a part of this community who have been there and done that, who have been successful and just want to be a part of this growing network of women and support one another. Additionally, this particular platform offers 3 levels of coaching services. The entry level is for women who are interested in just joining the community. They also get access to my ebook, Beyond the Boardroom, Learn How to Play and Win at the Game of Corporate Politics, as well as my online course. And they get this for a very affordable fee. In fact, the fee is what my online course is all by itself, but they get the additional value of joining the community as well as the ebook. Additionally, if they are more advanced and want to take the next step in their journey, they can join the mid-level package. The mid-level package is also great, but one step further. It includes a mastermind group. So they get the ebook, they get the community, and they also get the online course, but they also get to join a group of other professional, like-minded women for a 6-week mastermind group. And the next one, I should say, begins on August, I believe it's 27th. I have to double check the date, but it is in August. So ladies, if you're out there and you're interested in being a part of a mastermind group of professional, like-minded women who are taking responsibility for their own career success, whether it's in the workplace, no matter what that is, or want to transition into their business or grow their business if they're already established, then this program would be, extremely helpful. We're doing it now. It's amazing how we're connecting, we're supporting each other, and I find that the women just love being able to be together, to be in a common space and understood for the challenges that they're facing. Now, the last level, this is the executive level. This is more advanced, and it has everything, of course, in the entry level, the mid-level, but it includes one more program, and that is the one-on-one coaching. There are some individuals, for example, I'm working with a physician who is also transitioning into her own consulting business. And she wants to be able to leave her practice and at the same time build her coaching business. So in addition to getting the community, the ebook, the online course, and the mastermind group, she decided she wanted the executive level, which includes 6 one-on-one coaching sessions for me. With me, I should say. And that truly is at an affordable rate, and one that I highly encourage those women who are really ready to take action and move forward, make some real moves in their careers. And that's the executive level. And you will see on the page that the entry level package is $197. The mid-level package is $497. And that includes the mastermind group. But the executive level, which includes 6 one-on-one coaching sessions, is only $997. And my normal rate for 12 one-on-one coaching sessions without the ebook or the community or the mastermind group or online course by itself is over $2,400. So this is truly a bargain for women of color who are really ready and serious about taking action to make a difference in their careers.
That is a fantastic bargain, and it sounds like a great program. Can you tell us a little bit more about what makes it unique? What makes it different from the other leadership programs and entrepreneurial coaching programs?
Well, number one, they're getting a coach, a leadership coach who can identify with them. I am a woman of color, Black woman, who has experienced tremendous challenges in the workplace, which actually fueled my passion to write my book, Beyond the Boardroom, Learn How to Play and Win at the Game of Corporate Politics, because when I entered the workforce, it was a culture shock. Now, I came right from high school into the workforce and got all of my degrees while working either full-time or part-time. So everything I learned the hard way. But it was a great lesson, and it showed me what I needed to do to be prepared and ultimately successful in the workplace before deciding to leave my position as an academic program director and business professor in 2021 and embark on my business full-time and not just part-time. So again, they get someone who knows the game, who has been there, who has done that, who can relate to them, and also who genuinely and intentionally wants to support them. A lot of coaches do not offer programs at this price point. And to join the community right now, it's absolutely free. So if women go to dionroundtree.com/package, all they have to do is click on join now on that page, and they can join the community for free. Now, I don't know anyone who's trying to give away anything for free. In fact, most people are trying to get paid, if nothing else. So I truly want to help and support women who look like me, who want to work with me, and who want to work with other like-minded women intentionally to help them to grow, whether it's in the boardroom, the classroom, the courtroom, or if it's in their own business.
Wow, that is an incredible offer. I mean, what a generous thing to be sharing.
Thank you.
With people. That is incredible. Thank you so much. I'm sure everyone's going to want to take advantage of that.
Yes, I'm looking forward to it.
Now, tell me a little bit more about some of the barriers that you've encountered, as well as what you think are the top barriers that Black women who are ascending to executive leadership encounter.
There are so many challenges, but I must admit, emotional intelligence and self-awareness has to be at the top of the list. Why? Because many of us bring in baggage. from our childhood or from relationships. And no one has really taught us how to manage our lives, our personal lives, and then having to deal and go into an environment that is not ready to accept you, and where you have to assimilate in order to fit in and learn how to be liked in order to be promoted. And so one of my greatest passions and desires is to fortify women of color with the techniques, strategies, and skills so that they can, number one, become more self-aware of who they are, know, like, and trust themselves before they can know, like, and trust someone else, and then learn how to accept other people. Well, if you don't know, like, and trust yourself, or know yourself, your personality, and those buttons that are triggers for you that cause you to get into a negative space, then you will just continue to jump from job to job to job, relationship, relationship, relationship. And so one of the greatest learnings that I've had, and one of the things that's continuing to help me even today, is being more self-aware, more emotionally intelligent, and accepting myself, liking myself, but being able to regulate my own emotions effectively for any environment, and then helping and accepting others. Because when you can truly love and accept yourself, there is no barrier to keep you from truly loving, honoring, and accepting others. Otherwise, you're just a puppet on a string, and people can push your buttons day and night, night and day, without thinking twice, and your emotions are fluctuating like a roller coaster from the time you wake up to the time you lay your head to sleep. So I must admit, Rita, learning these techniques, and this is the foundation of any training or coaching program I do, is emotional intelligence and self-awareness, whether it's one-on-one coaching, group coaching, or corporate coaching. Or corporate training, I should say. It is tantamount to success.
Wonderful, wonderful. You gotta love yourself. Yes.
You gotta love yourself. You gotta know yourself.
Now, some of the other things that many women want to enhance is what's called presence, particularly executive presence, and also their influence. What tips or what parts of your program would help them to do that?
Thank you for asking that question. So in addition to the certifications you mentioned, one of the certifications that I decided to pursue early on in my career because I need it for myself, and that is becoming a certified image consultant. And during this particular program, I was able to learn, number one, appropriate attire, business etiquette, presence, executive presence, public speaking skills. I've also been part of Toastmasters. And so I believe that a lot of people, men and women, struggle with public speaking, with knowing how to represent their company's culture in a positive way without feeling like they're losing their identity because they're wearing certain things or their hair is styled a certain way. When you have confidence within, you know that you can walk into any business environment. They can trust you in front of any of their clients or in the marketplace and know that you are going to represent and reflect who they are in a professional manner. And so one of the coaching sessions and training sessions that I do is on how to dress appropriately. It's called perception management. And, you know, when we're living in Florida, it's a lot more laid back than it is up north where I'm from, Pennsylvania. But because we don't have to wear jackets and coats and sports jackets and blazers all the time because it's so warm. but you can still learn how to dress appropriately by the texture of your wardrobe, as far as your fabrics, as far as colors, and as far as knowing which items to put together. That's also a part of your executive presence, but it starts from within. Once you are confident about who you are, your skills, what you bring to the table, and how productive you can be to help an organization be productive and make millions of dollars, or you've done that and now you want to do that for yourself. Once you know how to do that from within, and then you take that from the external, so that people will be able, because we don't know who you are until we have a conversation and get to know you. So you're making a first impression by the way you carry yourself, how you dress, and how you speak. And so it's so important. It's so important. I was listening to the young man that you had interviewed, and boy, is he so impressive. 13, 14 years old, and he's so professional and so calm, and he gave great advice for business and career success. And being able to carry yourself in that confident manner without being arrogant, which is such a turnoff and is only a sign of insecurity, is a skill. And it's actually something that is innate, that you can't fake. But once you have that, it's invaluable. Once you're comfortable with yourself, others can't help but be comfortable with you.
Absolutely. Now, you mentioned that sometimes women make that decision that it's time to say goodbye to corporate America. And they go off to launch their own thing, their own business. What type of support are you able to offer women who have decided to take that big leap?
Again, thank you for that great question, Rita. Right now, I'm ending a entrepreneurship program for aspiring entrepreneurs and some seasoned entrepreneurs. In fact, tomorrow is our finale. And I am doing this in partnership with the city of West Palm Beach. This year, it was a 4-week program to help individuals to gain that confidence, that self-awareness, to understand what they bring to the table, and to get some clarity on what they want to do with their life. What are they passionate about? Additionally, I do invite other experts, because I'm not an expert at all things, such as accounting. And I also bring in people who are very adept at social media and marketing to help other entrepreneurs to gain the skill set they need. Bookkeeping is a big one, and learning how to manage your finances. And so throughout this 4-week program, I have been able to help those, it's called a boot camp, to get the foundational skills they need. And even if you've been in business for a long time, sometimes you need to go back to the foundational skills to take yourself to the next level. And this program that has been going on now for 3 years is just one of the ways that I can support the women. And when we start our mastermind group in August, we will also do something very similar to the boot camp that I'm doing with the city of West Palm Beach. We will go through different topics to help these women to start to transition into their business. Because I think the greatest hurdle, even for seasoned business owners and those way more successful than me, is understanding how to manage their finances. And when you start early on and you start growing, because you're doing all the other things right, your marketing and your networking and so forth, you have to make sure that you have access to capital and learn how to manage your personal and business funding. And because of the resources and the individuals that I am connected to and who have supported me and helped me to grow my business, I'm able to connect them with those other experts and individual programs that can support them as well.
Wonderful, wonderful. Now, you talked about established businesses. Once you get to a certain point, you've got to scale. You really
Yes.
want to take it up to the next level. Do you have anything special that you offer those type of businesses?
Yes, those who want to take their business to the next level, I have consultants that I work with, they're business development consultants, such as Grant McGaw and Jerome Hutchinson, who can help them go to the next level to scale their businesses, and others. There are resources that I am in touch with. For example, if they want to franchise. Again, there are funding institutions that I'm connected to who can support them financially to scale their business, and other coaches who can help them real time. Another gentleman I've worked with who has helped me is Leroy Jones, and he is a business development strategist, and he really helps you to really think about the next steps. And he's helping me. He's helped me even with my ministry. So it's phenomenal to have the resources. And I must admit, ICABA World Network is a great, great organization for individuals, Black business owners, and those who are aspiring to be business owners to be connected to, because that particular organization has helped and supported me tremendously in my business by connecting me with a group of professionals of Black and others who are people of color and beyond to support my business.
Absolutely. An excellent organization for people who are in business and who want to do business better. That's
yeah,
iconic.
For sure.
Now, one of the other things that really helps people to accelerate their success is having a mentor or a sponsor. Can you illuminate for people what's the difference and how important it is and how you go about getting them?
Thank you for that question. ICABA salutes Women of Impact, had their award luncheon this past weekend, and I had the honor to serve as one of the MCs, and I was a presenter there. And we talked a lot about that during this particular event on Saturday. And I told the audience then that when it comes to mentorship, those are trusted relationships with individuals that you admire and who can help you to take yourself to the next level, whether it's getting a promotion within the workplace or perhaps within their businesses. And mentors, they have to be trusted, of course, relationships, and they have to be mutual. In other words, that person that I admire for their business acumen, they have to be willing to want to help and support me, because mentors are, when they're successful like that, they're so tremendously busy. And so it's about relationship building. You can't just go up to someone and say, hey, can you be my mentor? Because they're so busy with their own sphere of influence and own personal and professional lives that it really is about being intentional to build a trusted relationship with a mentor. And I must admit, one individual who I consider one of my best mentors, but not the only one, she recently passed in 2023. Her name is Dr. Judith A.W. Thomas, and she was an educator and a speaker and a phenomenal mother and community leader. And this woman was so dynamic and accessible to me. I mean, she took me under her wing. It wasn't like I had to keep asking if I can meet with her or does she have time. Her arms were wide open. And so that was a genuine gift for me. It was she embraced me. It wasn't like she made time for me. She wanted me to be in her life. And so I believe Those are the best kinds of mentors. Another one I had, and she too passed away in, I believe it was in 2024, actually. Dr. Estella Smith, who was an educator and also a corporate executive. And I knew her when we both worked at Duquesne Light Company many, many years ago when I first started in the workplace. And I just so admired how she carried herself. She was so no nonsense. But the thing of it is she was not aloof towards me. She did not look down on me. And, and at that time I was a secretary. I, was just starting to get my education. But she too, her heart and her arms were wide open. She wanted me to be in her life. She made sure of it. And she was so honest and forthright. Both of them were like that. If I was thinking the wrong way or making decisions that were not the best for me, they were mother figures. They did not mince words, and they would tell me the truth. So I trusted them and I listened to their advice, and they became masterminds in my mind, literally, because I knew what Dr. Estella Smith would tell me if I made that decision. And I knew what Dr. Judith A.W. Thomas would say if I would go that direction. Those are gifts that I'll treasure for the rest of my life. And they really have formed who I am today. And they were the two of the best mentors that I could have ever had. And I have others now who really are intentional about supporting me. Grassford Smith, who is an attorney, who has just this whiz of a mindset when it comes to business and law. And then, of course, Hutch, who just wants to genuinely see you win. When you just can't help but love being around individuals who truly want to see you win. They're not competing with you. They're not undermining you. They're lifting you up, and we're supporting each other. And that's a gift as well.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Yes, thank you.
But Rita, I will say that's mentorship. And I also believe these individuals I named could also be great sponsors for me. Why? I know for a fact, if they heard someone saying something that was untoward about me, I know without a doubt they would speak up on my behalf. They would have my back. Why? Because they know, like, and trust me. They know my heart. They know what I bring to the table, the value I bring. They know that I'm about excellence. I'm not perfect, but they know who I am, and they value it themselves. So a sponsor, too, is someone who not only gives you advice, tells you the truth, but also there's someone who's in the room when you're not there, and other people are talking about you or your name is brought up and they're like, yes, select Dr. Dionne Roundtree. Allow her to be your leadership trainer, coach, and speaker. Allow her to come in for your retreat. That's how I've gotten clients. I've gotten recommended for positions because of these kinds of individuals. And so you can't take it lightly. You have to value these relationships. You have to hold them close because they're divine connections, in my humble opinion. They're just not, friends on the street, acquaintances you say hi and bye when you see them. These are people who are truly your family. And so beyond your bloodline, these are people who really, truly have your back, and you need that in a workplace. And so individuals have to be very cognizant of the relationships that they build in the workplace, because you don't know what people are saying when you're not in the room.
Exactly. Thank you. As we wrap up, sponsors will be telling people about you and what you can do. People have seen you here today, and I'm sure some of them are going to want to contact you to find out more about your services and all that you can offer them. Yes. How can they get in touch with you? How should they reach out to you?
You know what? I find I am so accessible because I'm on all the social media platforms. I'm on LinkedIn, I'm on Instagram, and I'm on Facebook, all three of them the most, probably every single day. And then, of course, they can reach out to me at my website, dionroundtree.com, which is my name. Just be careful with the spelling, or just look up Roundtree Training and Consulting. Just Google me. It'll take you and lead you to my website. Or you can reach out to me directly. My direct business line is 561-323-3845. Again, 561-323-3845. And my email address would be available on any of those platforms, as well as my link tree. So I believe I'm pretty easy to get a hold of if you really want to connect with me.
Well, I'm certain lots of people will. And you have been a joy to speak with, and you demonstrated to us genius is common. And you are a genius.
Thank you, Rita. I appreciate that.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to seeing you on the other side.
Yes, absolutely.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
La connexion BU. La connexion BU.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that's it.
Hey. No! Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants. He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like,
Baby, be you.
Be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the BU collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know? A student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
Is it to land on the front cover of a top-tier global publication? The answer may surprise you. If you are a business owner, industry leader, speaker, author, or coach, this is your opportunity to get featured in a publication that reaches worldwide. We want to be able to tell your story, showcase your brand. We have made it so easy. All you have to do is answer a few questions and tell us a little bit about your business, and we'll take care of the rest. But why get featured? One, it gives you massive exposure to a global audience. Two, it helps to boost your credibility and your authority in your industry. And three, it helps you to expand your network and unlock opportunities. Now, right now, we are offering a special limited time offer. You can be seen by over 10,000 viewers and readerships each month. So don't wait. This is your time to elevate your business and get featured. All you have to do is click the link below and get started today.
At 5-Star BDM, we don't just elevate brands, we forge industry icons. Our mission is to amplify your business and personal brand through dynamic AI-enhanced strategies and an elite professional network of over 20,000 experts. We empower entrepreneurs and small to medium-sized businesses to lead, scale, and transform. Our powerful network accelerates your speed to market and connects you with unparalleled growth opportunities. If you're ready to lead, we'll position your brand to set the industry standard. Explore our comprehensive services designed to build your brand, drive growth, and innovate your business. From personal branding and business development to technology solutions and investment banking, we offer tailored strategies that deliver measurable results and help you dominate your market. Our personal branding service uniquely tailors your professional story. Starting at just $99 per project, we offer online courses, in-person workshops, and scheduled weekly calls. Perfect for individuals beginning their personal branding journey, we help you craft a legacy that commands attention and respect. Strategic plans and execution are at the heart of our business development services. We focus on sustainable growth, helping you secure funding, scale operations, and expand your market reach. Our expertise ensures your business thrives in competitive environments. Innovate with custom artificial intelligence, machine learning, and software solutions tailored to your needs. Our technology services are designed to enhance your business operations and drive efficiency, ensuring you stay ahead in the digital age.
Discover real stories and real results. From healthcare startups to tech entrepreneurs, our clients have achieved extraordinary success.
For instance, a healthcare brand transformation led to a 40% drop in patient infections, showcasing our impact in diverse industries.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Rita Pilot, and I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Japan, Africa, and all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community showcasing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today's guest is a powerhouse in the world of leadership and emotional intelligence. With over 35 years of entrepreneurial experience and more than 15 years as a certified emotional intelligence trainer and coach, Mick Alexander has dedicated her life to helping individuals and organizations navigate emotional chaos, build resilience, and lead with empathy. Whether it's coaching corporate teams, supporting returning citizens, or transforming customer relations, Mick brings heart, strategy, and results. Welcome to the show, Mick.
See me? Thank you, Rita. Nice to be here. Thank you for having me. I'm honored.
Thank you. We're so glad to have you here. I'm looking forward to this discussion. I wondered if you could share with us, how exactly do you define emotional intelligence, and why is it so critical in today's changing world?
Well, that is an excellent question, one that I get a lot. And emotional intelligence really is your ability to recognize, understand, and manage your emotions. The managing your responses to your emotions is really the key part of emotional intelligence. It can be learned, it can be practiced, and you can actually improve this skill. So I tell my students, all my clients are called students, I tell them that emotional intelligence is a skill set. And when you practice, you get better at it like any other skill. But there's another side of emotional intelligence, not just about your emotions, but it's also about effectively navigating the emotions of others. And that can sometimes mean manipulating others, right? When we know someone is sensitive about something, if we poke the bear, so to speak, then we are manipulating and managing other people's emotions, maybe not in an effective way, but understanding that there is power on both sides of that. So we want to learn to harness our power and to use it effectively.
Absolutely. Use your power effectively and for good.
That's right. That's right.
Now, Mick, tell us a little bit about your journey. What led you to focus on the area of emotional intelligence?
Well, if we had 2 hours, I can tell you.
No, we don't have quite that long.
No, but the short story is, after decades of entrepreneurship, I've been an entrepreneur over 35 years. I started, when I was very young, just selling things and didn't recognize it as an entrepreneurial skill. But then, as life would have it, I started realizing there were certain skill sets to that and that, I was pretty good at it, but I was unprepared for the emotional journey associated with owning a business, starting a business, developing relationships that support that business. And then on top of that, we had a family-owned business, which was my father and I to begin with. And then later, my mother came into the business. So managing that relationship and those personalities became very key to our success. We had a commercial printing business, so there was the technical side of what we knew and what we were good at. But running the business and dealing with people and adding employees and handling growth and all those things led me to understand that there's something more to being a successful entrepreneur than just understanding your business. And then on top of that, I became a cancer survivor and also the survivor of a terrible accident in which I broke my back. And these things all happened while I was an entrepreneur. So business didn't just stop for me because I ran into a major life challenge. I had to learn how to manipulate my thought process, my mindset, and manage my emotions so that I could maintain momentum, heal myself, but also continue being a business owner.
Now, emotional intelligence. You told us about your journey. Different people might understand it differently. What are some of the myths or misconceptions about emotional intelligence?
I would say the first one is that emotional intelligence is a soft skill or means that you're soft. It is what we call a soft skill, but it by no means indicates that you are a soft person or you are unable to manage your life or situations, especially under pressure. So when we're teaching emotional intelligence in my business and my team, we are teaching it from the perspective of being under pressure, because it's easy to be emotionally intelligent when things are going your way or when people see the world the way you do. But what happens when you bounce up against unlike-mindedness? That's what I like to call it. People who don't see the world the way you do, yet you may be required to work with them on some level to get what you want out of life or to get a win, as we would say. So I think the misperception is that it's a soft skill and therefore it's not powerful, when in fact it is having your technical skill, but then having a discipline that is rooted in self-awareness and accountability.
Great, great. Now, What is the core components of emotional intelligence in your work?
So there are a few little different ways of going at training emotional intelligence that people use, and you might hear it called the pillars or the foundation, the keys. I like to call it the 4 phases of emotional intelligence. And I call it that because emotional intelligence is fluid. It isn't stagnant. It kind of ebbs and flows as you flow through life. And you may be emotionally intelligent, highly emotionally intelligent in one area of your life and not as much in another area of your life. So those 4 phases, as we call them, is self-awareness, which is the most important, because if you are unaware of your own emotions and you're not clear on that, then it's kind of hard to move through the other phases with grace. So the second one would be self-regulation, or I like to call that mood management. Before I became certified in emotional intelligence, I would teach my employees about mood management. How do you manage your mood under pressure? So we refer to that as one of the other phases too. The third phase would be social awareness. And that's where you would have motivation, empathy. We hear a lot today about the word empathy, which I love to discuss. But that is all a part of social awareness, or social graces, if you will. And all of those phases, when properly managed, help us to build relationship, which would be the fourth phase, or relationship building. I like to say we learn how to manage these phases so that we can build harmonious relationships. Whether you like the person or not, you're able to deal with them harmoniously for both of you to win.
I love that. I love the terminology, the 4 phases. It really matches well to the concept of emotional intelligence. And sometimes what we call things is very, very important. I'm really curious. How did you come up with the name Image Wealth for your corporation?
Thank you for asking that. I get that question a lot. And actually, okay, so the official name of the company is Image Wealth Management, LLC. And we came up with that because early on I realized that people were actually doing business with the image that I was projecting of my company. So as long as we could print and provide a decent product, it really came down to, did they like me? Did they believe in the culture that we had as a business? Did they believe in our principles in terms of what we would do in our community once our business was successful, our hiring practices and things like that? And so I began to realize that image is very fragile. It only takes one mistake, one misstep, or one overreaction at the wrong time to kind of damage what we've been building. And also, it's equally as powerful. So when done properly, your image can portray exactly what you expect it to authentically, and it can live on far beyond your physical body. To influence others in generations to come. So image is a pretty powerful thing. And how do we use that image to accumulate wealth or to create wealth? And wealth is not just money. Wealth is an abundance of anything that you desire that does not cause harm to you or to others. So it could be health, good quality time with your family. It could be many things. It's many different things to different people. But using your image to create what you think wealth is the key. And that's why we call it image wealth.
Oh, I love that. I love that. You mentioned impacting future generations. What is the legacy that you want to leave through your work with emotional intelligence?
Oh, that's an excellent question. And I got to say, Rita, in all honesty, that has changed. It ebbs and flows as I grow and as I learn more about and approach, my later years in life. But the legacy that I want to leave really is about having people understand that emotional intelligence is equally as important as education or credentials when it comes to creating the life we desire and deserve. It is a staple. It is something that I really am advocating to have more of in schools, that people get exposed to it sooner, because there are tools that you can learn and that you can practice for a lifetime. I think I'm a Tai Chi instructor. And so Tai Chi is a big part of our program, Tai Chi and mindfulness and mindset. And these things become more and more important the more successful we become. So we need to practice these before we actually get into a high pressure situation or into what we believe is where we're trying to get to. Practice, we like to say, practice before the crisis. And life will give you plenty of opportunity to practice.
Exactly. You mentioned crisis situations. And when it comes down to that critical moment, you can either react or you can respond, and respond with emotional intelligence. Tell us a little bit about the difference between the two.
Reacting is somewhat impulsive. Responding means that at some point you kind of thought about, even though it may be happening quickly, you have thought about your response and you are breathing into, you have given yourself permission to breathe into the space that allows you to respond rather than react. Now, when you become really good at emotional intelligence, you will learn to breathe first before responding. And that is easier said than done. For some people, it's, they're quick to the draw. And that's the practice. That's the practice that we're talking about. The thing about it is, how do you learn to get better at responding unless you have some test, right? So we look for opportunities in life to recognize that it's an opportunity to practice. For instance, let's say you're driving down the highway and someone cuts you off. Well, you could respond or react in many ways, right? But what you want to do is respond, say, breathe, maybe. If you ask yourself, maybe that person has to go to the restroom. Maybe that person is in labor. Maybe that person is, right? And to give grace. But if you just react, then you're kind of subject to whatever your response is based on the mood at the moment. And that could be good or not good. So we want to practice responding rather than reacting to the situations in life. And we have the tools to help people learn how to do that.
Great. Now, some environments give you a lot more opportunities for reaction versus response. What would you say to someone who's in a corporate environment who's dealing with constant stress?
This is more and more the situation, unfortunately, for a lot of people. It doesn't mean they don't enjoy their jobs, but right now, our society at large, we like to call it the world mind. The world mind has a bit of chaos and a bit of uncertainty in it. When you combine that with your responsibilities of your own personal life, it can be a lot. So, the very first thing that I like to teach people, again, goes back to self-awareness, but that is being able to accurately identify what you are feeling. And believe it or not, a lot of adults only have about 10 or 15 words to describe what they're actually feeling. So, and we have over 100 words on a feeling wheel that, you know, believe it or not, is just those little distinctions on emotions. And that means a lot when it comes to responding, managing your response to how you feel about those emotions. So I would say if someone's dealing with a lot of workplace stress, the very first place to start is with breathing and naming those emotions and looking for patterns. What are your patterns that you keep repeating over and over? And then to learn some tools. Again, we're back to the tools. Some of the tools that we have, like breathing and observation versus judgment, and some others, to be able to start practicing learning how to calm yourself down and to think through the logical next steps for yourself. Stress can sometimes be a choice. There are some people that are comfortable in stressful environments. And so we want to understand, is that your situation, or is this something new for you? What exactly are you feeling? And give you some tools to work through it or to process through it.
Great, thank you. Now, in addition to stress, sometimes leaders are faced with criticism and with change. And sometimes it's such a rapid rate that it seems that it's basically constant. What advice would you give them?
You know, leadership is a huge responsibility, and it's not for everyone. I remember, you know, there was a client of mine who had a huge opportunity to become a leader. That person had been working with the people that they were going to ultimately lead, and they didn't know how to manage those situations. But the one thing that I know about a leader that has high emotional intelligence, they understand how to build trust. And trust becomes the foundation for building those relationships that they're going to need to get people to buy in and to follow, so if you will, the vision. So a lot of leaders are not clear on their vision. They have their marching orders, but beyond that, they don't have a vision for what it is they want. So having a clear vision, being able to be authentic and build trust is really important. And again, having tools at your disposal that you can practice, but most importantly, having a coach. I do believe in either a processor or a coach, and they are slightly different, but for certain leaders, one works better than the other. But I think it's very important to have an accountability partner and someone that you can trust to tell really the down and dirty of what you're feeling and not be judged. If you have that in your life and you are a leader, you are well on your way to growing your emotional intelligence and to getting where it is that you envision getting to.
Great. How do you describe the transformation that occurs when you coach a leader on emotional intelligence?
The best way to describe that is to share, I guess, a brief story about someone that I coached. This person was a senior executive at a major bank. And the reason that he came to me was because he had heard me speaking before, teaching a small class, and he recognized in that class that the image he was projecting and the feedback he was getting from his team was not the image that he intended to project or the way he actually felt within. So he was really struggling with, how do I perform at a very high level, because he was at a very, very high level in the bank, and still be authentically who I am so that people will build trust. And by the time we finished our work together, he became very clear on who he was. And one of the other things he discovered was that he was neglecting his family life. And so he made the decision to take a very short leave of absence to spend that time with his family. And he did, uninterrupted by anything. The company allowed him to do that. And about a year later, he passed away. But what I know about him is that he had found peace. He had found that sweet spot between what he liked to do for a career and who he was as a person. And he was at peace. And I feel so honored to have been a part of that discovery and that journey. So it's different for different people. Different people are struggling with different aspects of leadership. But no matter what it is, for us, the flows or the phases remain the same.
That's an incredible story. I mean, how timely that he was able to experience that before he transitioned.
Absolutely.
We talked about the impact on individuals and leaders. Talk a little bit more about the impact within a team. What do you see happening when you bring emotional intelligence to a team?
So again, right now we're dealing with the world mind, right? So we're working, a lot of us, with individuals who don't exactly see the world the way we do, and who will never see the world the way that we do, but we're on the team together. And so I find that when you make emotional intelligence a part of the culture of a business, and let me tell you, it's not a switch you just turn on. There is some work involved in getting it ingrained into the culture. But once it does, then you start to establish areas in which people feel safe truly expressing themselves, right? And so you're able to minimize judgment. That's one thing that emotional intelligence training does that people overlook. I don't think we're ever going to be totally non-judgmental, but the awareness and the understanding of observing facts before you judge someone becomes a part of the practice. And then we're able to build harmony, right? In spite of our personal preferences. And that is the beauty of having emotional intelligence as one of your core principles of your business. The other thing is, once you establish that, once everyone buys in to the mindset behind having an emotionally intelligent organization, that's different than emotionally intelligent individuals within the organization. Once they buy into that, then you can maintain momentum under the most stressful conditions. And that is what any business owner wants. We just don't want to get stuck or start going backwards. Exactly. We want to maintain momentum. We want to make sure that people feel valued, and then people will help us to move forward. And that's what EI brings to the table.
Excellent, excellent. In the organization, on a team, up and down the organization, one of the things that is not exactly uncommon is conflict. Talk a little bit more about the role of conflict resolution using emotional intelligence, please.
So conflict is interesting because I think at its root cause is that people don't know the difference between hearing and listening, right? So you can hear someone, but when you're listening with intention. You really do want to understand, even if it's grating you. It's like, oh, I don't really believe that. Oh, I don't like that. But I want to hear. I want to understand where this person's coming from. And if you can build an environment where people are just willing to do that piece, then you've got the foundation for something really great. Great teams, I believe, are built on people who understand how to listen to one another, number one. Then there comes back to that self-awareness part. Well, when you have self-awareness and you know who you are and what you really are about, what your code of ethics are, it makes it a little bit easier to listen to someone else. And then we have this whole thing of observation versus judgment and being able to observe before you react or respond to someone. I think the greatest thing that a team can do or a leader can do for their team is to invest in EQ assessments. Especially when I'm coaching executives, one of the first things I try to get them to do is take the EQ assessment. It's like an IQ test, but it's an EQ test for your emotions. And when you do that, since it's science-based, you're not able to trick it. It doesn't matter what mood you're in when you take it. It is a pretty good indication of where you are in certain areas as far as your level of emotional intelligence. Once you know that, then we can quickly escalate by working in those areas of opportunity. And if you do that for a team, you're going to see rapid changes. But, not everybody can afford that, and I get that. But you can start with setting up some core principles and core values around emotional intelligence.
Thank you. Now, that snapshot of where you are is great. But as you're training, people are progressing, how do you measure the progress that they're making?
Another great question. I like to say that we measure by our self-awareness. Again, we keep coming back to that. It's like beating a dead horse, but it really does all start there. So one of the ways you can know if the system you're using, and by the way, I didn't say, but what we teach is a system. It's called the Image Wealth System for Success. And a very big part of that is emotional intelligence. But whether you're using our system or someone else's, the way to measure is how quickly you recover. So when you first start out, think about when you're a baby. When you're a baby and you're shopping with your parent and they say no, you might just throw a tantrum and lay on the floor and kick and scream, right? And then as you get older, you realize that's not really appropriate behavior. Maybe I might pout or I might debate with you. And then as you grow more emotionally and you mature, you start learning about negotiation, right? So, but you still may have some emotions around not getting what you want or around rejection. The measurement is how quickly do you feel that emotion, identify that emotion, respond to that emotion, and recover. Do you stay mad for a week? Do you cut them out altogether and never speak to them again? Or do you get angry, process through it in a small amount of time, and then sit down and discuss it? So you're measuring your growth by your own behavior, by your own milestones. It's not for me to measure, but that's what I do, is help you set those milestones. What would mean progress for you? And that's what we work on achieving.
Excellent. When you mentioned bouncing back, that made me think of resilience. Resilience is a very important skill. Expound a little bit on how emotional intelligence enhances that.
So again, if you are lacking resilience in any area of your life, it's a tough journey, right? It's a tough journey. But the way that we build our resilience muscle, again, is through practice. And I find that very successful people don't like to fail. So unfortunately, to really get better at emotional intelligence, you kind of got to screw something up, right? You got to make a mistake. And so then when you make the mistake, you have to first recognize you made a mistake, then implement the tools that you've learned to get better at that mistake. And now you're measuring, like we just talked about. Well, how fast did I get over it? Am I still angry? Do I feel guilty? All those things. But resilience is about emotional adaptability. If you can adapt your emotions, improvise, overcome, and adapt, improvise, overcome, and adapt, and you can begin to do that faster in different situations, it will become easier. Resiliency is like any other skill, but it doesn't come without payment. My dad says, you pay for your education one way or the other.
One way or the other.
So you pay for it. But resiliency is important because it helps you deal with setbacks and feedback. It helps you stay grounded. It helps you shift your mindset. And more importantly, it helps you to maintain momentum. And that's the key to the game.
What correlation is there between emotional intelligence and mental wellness?
And mental wellness?
Yes.
So first, I like to be clear with people and say emotional intelligence is not mental health, not in my world. Emotional intelligence is mental wellness, because mental wellness is about maintaining and practicing and getting good and being aware and all the things. Mental health means that something was missed prior in the mental wellness phase, and now it requires an additional step or an additional expertise to help you with that mental health, to help you get back to mental wellness, right? So mental wellness is more of a practice before the crisis, and mental health is something has happened, I do need assistance, and mental wellness will allow you to ask for help. Mental health will allow you to accept the help that you ask for.
That's beautiful. In terms of the skills that you need, what emotional skill do you believe is the most lacking? We talked about how important the skills are. Now, which one do you think is the one that is the most lacking within the organizations today?
Oh boy, if I had to pick one,
just one.
Self-awareness.
Self-awareness.
Again, I think that people are very distracted right now. They're under a lot of pressure. And I like to, with my students, we always have this thing, well, what actually causes pressure? And what actually causes pressure is lack. So think about it. When you have an abundance of money, abundance of love, abundance of food, abundance of sex or whatever, there's not a lot of pressure, right? But when you have a lack of food, a lack of money, a lack of resources, you begin to feel pressure, especially in business. Lack of resources is common for a lot of small business owners. And that's when the pressure starts to build. Maybe it's social media. You don't really know, lack of education, how to do social media effectively. You start to feel the pressure. And so when you begin to feel the pressure, if you are not self-aware and you cannot process where that pressure is coming from, you're going to continue to feel that, and it's going to continue to evolve in that way. But when you are self-aware, when you are able to be present, so part of self-awareness is your ability to detach from your mind's talk, your self-talk, from the criticism around you, from the doubt and all those things, and to be quiet and still, and to really search yourself for what it is you believe to be the truth. That is self-awareness. When you can do that, that doesn't mean you don't take advice from others, but it does mean even if you're taking advice, you still are required to find the truth within yourself to know what to do. And so I believe that the answers lie within each of us. We might not have the question which is why you need a processor or a coach, but you do have the answer. And when you're self-aware and you have the proper support, there's no stopping you. You're going to win. You're going to become resilient. You're going to keep going, and you're going to win.
I'm sure everybody likes the sound of that. Unstoppable. You're going to win. You're going to go. Yeah. What's one, because I know everybody's going to want to put these principles into practice right away. What's one simple thing that anybody could do to implement this new learning right now?
Well, they could go on my website and sign up for my newsletter. And the reason I say that is every Monday we send out what we call the Monday Mindset Tip. And we'll give you a tip to practice throughout the week. And sometimes they're harder than others to practice, but then you get to measure, how well you're doing and what you need to work on. That's all it is. There's no such thing as failure. There's only an opportunity to understand what still needs work. Okay. So that's one thing they can do. The other thing they can do is breathe. So believe it or not, we underestimate the power of our breath. Yet we are all one breath away from not being here, but we take it for granted, right? So I say, focus on your breath, on your breathing. Is it rapid? Is it heavy? Does it hurt to breathe? Are you relaxed? Can you slow down your breathing? And pay attention to it and start there. Because believe it or not, just by practicing to breathe, when you find yourself under pressure, you're going to give yourself time and space, and I like to say grace, to come up with a good solution or a response to the situation. So start practicing breathing and sign up for our newsletter.
Absolutely. Time, space, and grace. And sign up for the newsletter.
There you go.
Is there anything that I haven't asked you that you feel people really need to know about your system or emotional intelligence that you'd like to share right now?
Yes. So I've been teaching the Image Wealth System for Success now 15 years. I've probably taught well over 10,000 people emotional intelligence on some level. And it is one of the most rewarding careers that I could ever think of doing. I never in a million years imagined that I would even be doing this. Me, a teacher, like no. But I love it. I know that there are somebody out there or several somebodies who feel like they can't tell people exactly what they're feeling. And I'm here to tell you that that is not true. There is someone, myself and others that have been on here, been interviewed, that will keep your confidence and help you. But you have to be willing to reach out. You have to be willing to take a leap of faith. You have to be willing to practice, willing to open up and tell the truth about what you're experiencing. And then someone can help you put things into place to get momentum going and to keep going till you get a win. But I don't think there's a single person out here today, especially right now, that doesn't sometimes doubt themselves or worry. And there's a difference between fear and worry. We can teach you that. But worry about their future or their children's future. And there's help. But a lot of times in younger people and in our community, we are hesitant to really, really let people know what we need. And if you can find the courage to do that, you can win, and you will win. Because the only difference between winning and those who don't win are the ones who give up or get stuck. So, there's help.
That's great. Now, we know where to find help, but how can we get in touch with you? Because that's the important part.
Yes. So if you're interested in the newsletter or the Monday Mindset Tips, you can go to imagewealth.com, and that's imagewealth, WEALTH.com, and you can sign up for the newsletter. We also do have a community. It's called the Green Zone Community. Right now, the community is full, but if you go on the website and there's a button to join the community wait list, we'll put you on the wait list, and as soon as it opens up in mid-July, we'll be opening up again. We will invite you to participate in our community, and it is free. And then finally, you can reach me on LinkedIn at Mick Alexander. And you'll be able to keep up with some tips on there as well. I like to offer tips and also let people know what we're working on and if there's an upcoming class. We also have online classes, and you can find that self-paced learning under our training tab at imagewealth.com. And if you want to talk to me directly, then imagewealth.com on the contact form, it'll reach out, or you can email me, Mick, that's Mick, M-I-C, at imagewealth.com, Mick at imagewealth.com.
Well, thank you so much, Mick. It is clear genius is common. And I'm looking forward to seeing you on the other side.
Thank you, Rita. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
So, are you going to the Christmas party on Saturday?
Of course. What do you think folks will say if my wife and I didn't show up? Plus, they'd miss my dance moves.
Please. Those moves from the 80s? Seriously lame.
Lame? Well, maybe a little bit, but this chief of surgery always gets the party started, sister. What's going on with your hand?
Nothing. Just tired. Stress.
Jen, we've known each other a long time now. And we've always been honest with each other. What's going on?
Come on, Mark. I'm fine.
That hand says otherwise.
It's nothing. Look, this does not interfere with my ability to do my work.
Jan, until you get a complete workup, you know I can't let you back in the operating room.
Mr. Menchef, did anyone else have access to your badge last night? Say around midnight. Because the computers here at your lab show that somebody was here. And although your cameras don't show it, somebody was in your building. The chip is his property. Belongs to him.
No, he belongs to no one. Simon, do you belong to him? No, he has a right.
He has no rights. Belongs to him. Chain up. Wrong? He just wrote free man. I am not chaining him up.
Hey, man, where's the bathroom at? Huh? You know you're the only one, huh?
Right, and she's number 2, and that one's number 3, and number 4.
All of this stuff, it's not pleasure. This is business. It's not. Relax. Enjoy yourself, all right?
You know where they are. I know you know.
Oh,
You're just lucky I'm a nice guy. This house is for sale. You go in and act like you want to buy the place. Look around. Find everywhere you want to go. That way you'll know the floor plan.
Aren't you worried that they might call the cops afterward?
No. Because when he gets back, we gonna kill him and his wife.
Locked us up. Somebody forgot to throw away the key.
Sir, she's gone, but you're gonna make it, okay?
My heart is aching, but I'm a fool to let it go on breaking.
No way. Hey, look, guys, it's spaghetti.
Hello, how are you?
I don't believe this. Hey, could you do me a big favor and spook my kids for me?
I'm with my friends, so...
Could you do me a favor?
All right.
Come on, please.
Spaghetti, thank you.
Come on, for the camera, just one more time, please.
I'll give you one standing up.
Yeah.
Framed it. Shouldn't be shooting this.
Yeah.
Spaghetti!
Yeah.
Spaghetti!
That's it.
Hey, Spaghetti! Boogie!
Yeah.
Spaghetti!
Yeah.
Spaghetti!
That's it.
Yeah,
Making our day. Spaghetti, yes.
I'll give you three more.
One more quick favor.
Yeah.
Could you take a picture with them? My
Yeah.
kids? Huh?
Come on. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Right here.
Got you all in frame here. Do you mind if you move out of the picture a little bit? You're kind of in the way.
Yeah, I'll try.
All right, listen,
How's
I
that?
appreciate it. Thanks.
Oh, smooth!
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Hi, I'm Eric Kelly III, and today I'd like to introduce you to my art. Welcome to the Eric Kelly III Museum, located in Durham, North Carolina. Today we're going to be discussing my art, my journey, and where I'm going next. You know, the past, the today, and the future. When I think about the beginning of my work, I have to go all the way back to when I was about 4 years old. And my grandmother gave me a pen, and I was in church. And I took that pen and I began to draw. And as I was drawing, later on, my grandmother said that the picture that I drew then looked like the choir that was in the church. And so my affinity for utilizing the ink pen to do work still happens today. Now, many times when we begin to talk about art, the question always is, what is the intent? Why do you do art? What makes you an artist? And so, as we look at my early years, I was not thinking about what I was drawing. I was just in love with drawing. I remember in the 5th grade when a young man, one of my friends, came to my desk and saw me drawing, and he said he'd like to draw. And so I said to him, anyone can draw. Because in my mind as a young kid, my art was just a way of, I would say, expressing how I felt. And so each day I would give him triangles and squares and show him how to draw. And so in my mind, I wanted to be an art teacher. And being an art teacher, I thought I could give back to other young people, other folk, how I felt about art. And so as we moved through my timeline and moved past the 5th grade, I began to draw, I would say, comic book figures, you know, a lot of figures, a lot of pictures of what I saw in comic books. And one of the things that I noticed about me at an early age, maybe it was because my grandmother was a civil rights leader, maybe it was because my great-grandfather wanted me to be a lawyer, and he took me each day from Scarborough Nursery School down to the courthouse to watch what was going on at the courthouse. And maybe it was me watching television and seeing the civil rights movement happening and seeing things that was going on. But I remember when I was about 12 that there was this thing called identity. You know, say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. And the music that I was hearing was just so different until I began to change the white images that I looked at to black images. I can remember the Incredible Hulk that I changed into the Incredible Bullock. You gotta understand, I was a kid, you know. Tarzan. I did Tarzan wrestling with an alligator in the jungle with an afro. And so this whole thing of black identity was prevalent on my mind as a young artist. Many times people say artwork is political. And I continue to say that not only artwork is political, art is what is your identity, but more importantly, what is your intention. And so as I moved through those years, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade, I began to look at the difference between how I felt and how I saw things. And one of the things that I noticed early on is that I could actually hear tones and hear music, and I would see colors in terms of what I was drawing. Many times I found myself talking to people and I would say, I can draw you if I think about you. And that was one of the games I used to play when I was a young kid. I would talk to somebody, I would listen to them, and then I would go home and I'd get my sketch pad and I would actually draw them. Many times when I was coming up, I used to tell people that if you talk about what you want, I could draw some lines, and then I can go and create that particular object. Intention, identity, and color was very prevalent in my work at an early age. I remember my first paper mache dog that I did. It was white. And my teacher kept the paper mache dog. And my great-grandfather used to say to me that don't give my artwork away. And so he said, only sell to collectors. And so at 7 years old, he started a museum for me called the Eric Kelly III Museum that would house my artwork in his house, along his halls, and house my writings. I'm also a poet. I do poetry, 3 portrait CDs that I've done in the past, along with some more interesting writing. My work, again, as I said before, is about identity and intention. When you think about colors, and we will see some of those pieces later on, but the colors and portraiture that I've moved into, very, very important. Initially, I was doing a lot of figuration, and that figuration was a lot of history pieces. Now, fortunate for many artists, they have what I would say, some guidance, some leadership. When I was growing up, once I got to the 12th grade, 3 of my teachers, Sandra Dowd, Miss Corbett, and Miss Cousins, pulled me into the teacher's lounge. And my art teacher, Sandra Dowd, said to me that I was cheating the world because I was not doing enough art. And she said each day that she give out a project, that I would come in the day of the project and do the best piece in the school. And I used to think about that because I wasn't really aware in terms of my art. I just was doing art. And so my English teacher said that, well, this year you're not going to graduate. And my history teacher says, that is correct, you're not going to graduate. And so you got to understand, back in those days, graduation, senior year was very important. And so what I did was I said to them, y'all can't do that. And they said, yes, we can, because we control your grades. And so I sat there and I listened to them as they began to tell me what they wanted me to do my senior year so that I could do more art. And many times when you have people that come into your life and say they want you to do something and you have your own mission and ideas of what you want to do, sometimes you just, don't do it. But in those days, I was the guy who was very popular in high school. So I thought to myself, this is only a challenge. And so each morning, I would draw for my English class, the Macbeth, the Odyssey. For my history class, which was a Black history class, I would draw about the transatlantic slave trade, great African Americans who went on before, like Crispus Attucks, Martin Luther King, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, Malcolm X. And these are the kind of pictures that I was drawing. They were historical figures. And I found myself doing the work late at night and bringing those pieces to high school. and give them to the teachers the day of. And I think those teachers thought that by me doing the work that I was doing, that I was giving the work to them. But as I said before, my great-grandfather said, don't give your work away. Always sell your work for what it's worth. And more importantly, sell to collectors. And so the Eric Kelly Museum has been a private museum only selling to collectors. And so when the end of the year came, I had drawn enough work to fill a whole hallway in the high school. And as I said before, I started out doing figuration and doing historical pieces. And I hadn't yet started thinking about what my intent was going to be. Why was I doing the work? I was doing the work because I was asked, not because there was this urge deep down inside saying, I'm going to draw all of this work. And so at the end of the year, I received the Links Best Artist in the State. And this is what has propelled me to become the artist I am today. I looked at the art award that I received, and I thought about where did I want to go to college. And so I had letters coming to me. I was in the news, I was on television, and all these great things. I had these things to happen. And so I had letters coming to my house to go to different schools. And my great-grandfather used to say there are 5 things that you need to think about as you live. He said number 1 is to think. Number 2 is to sell something. Number 3 is to do research. Number 4 is to be relentless. Number 5 is to have energy in everything that you do. And so I started on my quest for understanding that art was going to be what I wanted to do. And so I did research on the schools in Durham, North Carolina. And for those who don't know about Durham, North Carolina is a space where black people, 49% black people, were engaging in economics everywhere. You know, Durham was the tobacco capital of North Carolina at one time. And so when I was a young man and I lived in Federal Street Projects, I could walk down to Pettigrew Street, not to Parish Street, because Parish Street is considered Black Wall Street now, but before Parish Street, there was Pettigrew Street. And on Pettigrew Street was Service Printing, black men owned it, the Regal Theater, black men owned it, the Barber Shop, WAFR, and the taxi cabs. And I could see black people doing great things right there on Pettigrew Street. And Pettigrew Street was probably about 4 or 5 blocks from where I stayed. I remember going to the Regal Theater, seeing Hercules and all these movies as a young man. But the thing that really impressed me about Pettigrew Street was I saw black people doing black things. And so as I did my research to see where I was going to go to school, I discovered that North Carolina Central University was one of the top schools with black professors. And one of the things that I wanted to do, you know, as a young person is I wanted to go to a school where I could study in the class, and then I also could go to the library and pick their books up and read more about what they were talking about, so I would be immersed into the art. And so at that time, North Carolina Central University did not have an art scholarship program. And so remember what I said earlier about my great-grandfather. He said, think, and then sell, and do research. And so in doing my research and thinking, I said to myself, I want to take my portfolio down and ask them to come to that school for art. Now, many people don't know, and I didn't know at the time, that Ernie Barnes, who is one of the greatest artists who've ever come out of Durham, North Carolina, didn't know that Ernie Barnes had gone to North Carolina Central University. That was not, in my mind, something that I knew. I was an artist who was influenced by the people that I knew, not the books that I read, but the people that I actually knew. And so I took my portfolio down to Atlanta Henderson at North Carolina Central University. My portfolio was full of historical art, as I said before, because that's all I was doing. Many times you hear the idea that all art is political art. While I wasn't thinking my art was political, my art was always about identity as a black man, as a black person, as a black entity on the planet. And so I left my portfolio with Dr. Henderson, and a week passed, and they sent me a letter offering me an art scholarship at North Carolina Central University. This was probably one of the greatest days of my life. As my grandmother at the time said to me, she said, well, since you're going to school for free, I'm going to give you the family car. And you know, when you're thinking about your life and how things transpire to get you where you're going, these are the kinds of things that move you to believe in yourself. My grandmother used to say, you can do anything that you want to do. Just stand up for yourself and do it. And so, with that being said, my grandmother gave me the family car, and off to North Carolina Central University I was. And, you know, one of the first heartaches that I would say that I had at North Carolina Central University was the whole I'm on art scholarship. And why I say it was a heartache is because the other students that was in school in those days, they knew I was on art scholarship. I didn't know they knew I was on art scholarship. So when classes began and I was asking the other students about painting, because in high school I had done 3 paintings, hadn't done a lot of painting. As a matter of fact, I was self-taught for my painting. My art teacher, Sandra Dowd, said to me, and I'll never forget it, she said, you're an artist. I don't have to tell you what to do. Just take the paint and put it on the canvas and you will figure it out. And that was my first foray into painting. And I did pretty good. I created an abstract, I created a couple other paintings, and I was doing pastels at the time. And pastels was my first love after pencil and ink pen. And so what I did was I utilized my pastel skills as a way of painting. So when you actually see some of my painting, it looks like pastels, because that's how I mix, that's how I match my colors, that's how I draw, that's how I utilize my line work on my paintings, just like pastels. And we'll get an opportunity to see some of those things as we move forward. And so as I got to college, I won't ever forget, I was asking a young lady how to paint. And she said, you got an art scholarship, you ought to know how to paint. And this was a heartbreaker for me, because I came from a background of people helping people to get to where they go. And so with that in mind, in terms of how I was raised, I was never raised to say to people, I can't help you, I'm not going to help you, you got something, so go do what you do. And so this was a daunting task for me because I was looking at seniors doing artwork, and I was expected at that moment to be able to do work just as well as the seniors were able to do the work, because in their minds I had an art scholarship, and that art scholarship meant that I had some magical powers, some great art in me that they didn't have. And so I was very, very depressed on that day. I remember it like it was yesterday, because what I did was, as they laughed at me, as they looked at me with those eyes of, I don't know why you got an art scholarship if you can't paint kind of feeling, I just walked out of the classroom, got into my car, and I drove home. And I sat in my house, in my grandmother's house. I sat there and I just thought, why am I going to college? Do I want to go back to college? Do I want to continue this thing called art? I wasn't sure. I just sat there and sat there and sat there. And then in the back of my mind, I could hear Sandra Dowd saying, you're an artist. All you got to do is put the paint on the board and work it out. I could hear Miss Corbett saying, when I brought her the pieces of artwork, oh, this is great. I'm going to be able to talk about Macbeth today, and we're going to utilize these pieces. I could hear in the back of my mind Miss Cousin saying, when you look at Eric Kelly, he looks dumb. But when he opens his mouth, he is brilliant. He holds class from one side of the classroom while we are doing class, and he can answer all the questions about history. And I could hear these things in my mind while I was sitting there thinking, do I even want to go back? I tell people all the time that peer pressure is a major pressure on many people if they can't handle it. Fortunately for me, my great-grandfather, my grandmother, and my moms always said to me, you can do whatever you want to do. Listen to what you want to do first and follow your dream. And so my art class was on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And my class that I went to was on a Monday. On Tuesday, I didn't go to art class. Wednesday, I didn't go to art class. So on Thursday, I decided that I'm going to go over there to North Carolina Central, and I was going to paint. Now, you got to understand, as a young kid, a young black man, when you're thinking about your identity, you're thinking about what you want to do, and people are pressing against you and doubting who you are and really identifying and seeing who you are. You gotta understand, you're not the guy that I am today. You are a young man who has fear, a young man who's uncertain, a young man who is asking the question, why am I here? And so on that Thursday, I went to the art department at 4:00 when I knew most of the students were not there. And I went to my board and I pulled out my paints and I started painting. And I just kept painting. And I just kept painting. And I continued to paint. I was working it out, trying to figure out what in the world was I doing. And I remember when I got to the art department and I thought about what I wanted to paint. And I painted a piece that if people saw it today, they probably would say that it's racist. If people saw it today, they would probably say, what was he thinking? What was his intent? But I had done a piece in history, in Black history class, of a slave being hung. And it showed a plantation owner grabbing the slave in his hair, getting ready to put the slave into a rope. The name of the picture was I Didn't Do It. And the picture was about a slave who witnessed something that happened and told other people on the plantation, and then the master decided to hang him for talking about it. And in this piece also has the Ku Klux Klan in the back, the fiery cross in the back, and all of that crazy stuff I was doing back in that day. And I began to paint that picture. And as I was painting that picture, I could see exactly how to paint. I don't know why or what, but I could actually see how to paint. And so I was there from 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I looked up, it was 4 o'clock in the morning. I took my sheet that we had in art class and I laid it over the piece, and I jumped in my car and I went home. And so my class was Friday morning at 11 o'clock, 11:35. And so I got to class late that day, and somebody had pulled my sheet off of my painting, and the whole entire class was standing around my piece. You know, when you are uncertain about who you are and what you're doing sometimes, and you're looking for validation, it kind of gets in the way of how you make art. And what I mean by that is, I was not looking for validation. I was looking for how to paint. And by looking for how to paint, I created something that nobody expected to come from me, because just 2 days prior, I was asking people in class how to paint. And so this has been a part of who I've always been, is the kind of person who looks at something from a perspective, and instead of asking a question, I delve into it and make a change and make a difference. And so as the kids were standing around my piece, I walked into class, and true to form, I am never been a person who is always trying to talk about what I do. As my great-grandfather used to say, great people are not people who are walking around talking about being great. They're doing great things. And so I walked in and I walked past the students, and I started to pull out my paints in my box. And one of the students said to me, and this was a moment in my life when I really realized that I didn't need validation from people in me making my art. I just needed to continue making art. One person said, "That's not yours. What are you doing?" And I turned and I looked at the student, most of us seniors, and I said, "It is mine." I said to them, I worked on it from 4 o'clock until 4 o'clock yesterday morning. And then one of the students just said, "I just can't believe it." And I just turned and began to work on my work. This has been what's happened to me in art all my life. It's never been about me looking to be a great artist. It's always been about, what is the identity? What is the intent? Why do I draw? What about this practice that I have? What about this museum that I have that makes me continue to draw and paint? And so in college, it was very, very interesting after that time as I created my first piece. And then all of a sudden, the other students start asking me questions about how I did it. And that was more important to me than anything else. Not that I did it, but being asked how. And as I said before, I utilized my artwork or utilized my painting as painting as I was doing pastels. Pastels was my first love. And once I got to college, I had to begin to think about what my identity, what I was going to do in art. Was I going to be doing figuration? Was I going to be doing scenes? What was I really going to do? And I remember Carlisle, who was one of my teachers. And Mr. Carlisle, I remember Mr. Carlisle. And Mr. Carlisle was a teacher, an art teacher, who said to me, he liked the way I was doing large pieces. And that large pieces was something different from what the other students were doing. And so what I decided to do was to try to figure out what kind of artist I wanted to be. You know, I opened up talking about identity and intention. And I'm going to talk about power and color and emotions later. But what kind of artist was I going to be? And so Mr. Carlisle and Kennedy and some of the other teachers decided that they were going to take us art students to Washington, D.C. And taking us to Washington, D.C. to a art show by an art show curated called 200 Years of African American Art. And you have to understand that in those days, the information that we got was just so powerful. It was not information that we didn't look at the information, but we looked at the information and worked on analyzing why it existed. And so had an opportunity to go to Washington, D.C. There was over 85 pieces of artwork by different artists from all over the world. And that's when I first saw Aaron Douglas. I had known about Romeo Bearden. I had known about Ernie Barnes because Ernie Barnes came from Durham, North Carolina. And I knew about Ernie Barnes because of Good Times. And I knew about Ernie Barnes because he went to Hillside, that same high school that I went to. And many times when we were drawing as young kids, we would always get, you try and draw like Ernie Barnes. That's Ernie Barnes. That kind of like Ernie Barnes. And so my mind was like, I didn't want to be a copy or a duplicate of any other artist, but I wanted to know what these other artists were doing and who they were. And then I ran across a man by the name of Charles White. And this is where my entire existence was shook. Because I believe that art is the expression of how one feels. And we walked into this big room. And on this room was a mural. And this mural looked like I drew it. It looked like my work. Mr. Carlisle said it. Mr. Kennedy said it. And I was looking at it and I was like, how can this be? How can this man's work be like my work? And who in the world is Charles White? And so this was a journey to kind of discover who he was, why he drew the way that he drew, what was the political part of the kind of art that he was doing. And more importantly, in those days, some artists was doing something that they call today super realism. And that's what Charles was doing. Charles was drawing these pieces with asymmetrical lines, and the line work was just so awesome. And so after discovering Charles White, I began to study Charles White. And of course, I was always studying Ernie Barnes. And so I had figure out what I was going to put in the art canon. Was I going to continue to draw these kinds of pieces like the Charles Whites? Was I going to continue to draw the pieces like Ernie Barnes? And so I talk about intention and identity and what my work really represents. And what I say to many people, that my work represents world peace. That's what my work represents. The colors that I use, the line work that I use. I'll share with you a little bit later some of the pieces and some of the line work that I do. But my work is about bringing people together, having them to see each other without seeing black or seeing white, without seeing color. I decided that I would do portraits, instead of doing themed pictures. Now, I still do theme and scene work also, but I decided that I would do portraiture, that I would do portraits, and that I would take colors and use them as emotional tones. Many times I sit down and then I hear music and I see colors. I hear people having conversations, I see colors. And so I decided that doing portraits of people and how they feel and how they look would be an impact on how people feel. And so I can remember going to New York City during the summers and just sitting on the stoop in Harlem and just watch people go by and just try to see what they were thinking. They was arguing, how the intensity of that argument was, and the facial expressions. And I was always amazed by how people reacted. And each time that I would see people responding or moving, I would always see a different color that I could see in my paintings. And so I started drawing pieces in colors. And so my work has morphed from just doing the figuration into just doing portraiture, even though my next series of paintings are going to be dedicated to black women. That's going to be an awesome set of work that I'm going to work on. I can't wait. And so when you look at my work and you look at my portraits, you'll notice that I'm working to capture an emotion. When I do a piece in green and white, I'm looking at capturing an emotion. When I do a piece in a red, white, and blue, or as the Nipsey Hussle piece that I did, or as I would say, the rap piece that I did, which is a piece that shows the California colors, the American colors, and the African colors. And so I'm utilizing all these colors to make you, the viewer, see an emotion and get a feeling from that particular piece. My intent is to push you away from looking at a scene, but looking at how somebody is being seen. And that's what my portraiture work is all about. For the last 20 years, I've worked on work that transcends time. Pieces on my grandmother, my mother, in what I call lines, colors, and emotions. And when you sit back and you think about that first day in college when I didn't know how to paint, and you think about now where I'm painting every day, you can understand what identity for me has always been about. We hear about black female artists. We hear about white women artists. We hear about white men artists, the Michelangelos, the Monets, and all of these guys, the Picassos. But what we don't hear is about many black men artists and what is their intent and identity in the black art canon. I don't want to be revered as a black artist. And one of the reasons that I moved into doing the kind of work that I'm doing is because I want to be revered as an American artist. I don't want to be revered as a black man artist, even though I'm a black man. I want to be revered as an artist that painted people, portraits in different colors to get emotions from the viewer. I want my pieces to be large enough that it impacts you as you're looking at it, as opposed to you're just looking at a piece. You know, the colors are symbols and emotions that I get when I'm listening to music, when I'm painting. And so I want my audience to begin to look at my pieces as if it's an emotion, not just a painting, an emotion. And when you talk about all art being political, my work is about, again, how do we develop world peace through art? And I believe the way that we get to world peace through art is by stop looking at art as being black or being white and looking at art as an entity of making, or as some people say, as creating a piece where you get emotions, where you get feelings, where you get an idea of what my intent is when I was actually creating or making the art. That is kind of where I am today in terms of my work. When you think about my great-grandfather, so many years ago when I was 7 years old, walking into my bedroom saying that he wanted me to be a lawyer, and he asked me what did I want to be, and I said I wanted to be an artist. And at that moment, he made a decision to create for me the Eric Kelly III Museum. After we went to look at museums to see what they were about, you have to understand that the future of what I would like to see happen is museums for artists who have been marginalized, for people who we don't talk about. Why is there not an Ernie Barnes Museum in Durham, North Carolina? Why is there not a Romer Bearden Museum in his hometown? Why is there not a museum for black artists so that our young people can see how they went through the process of how they do work? And so with my museum, it's been kind of a blueprint for these kinds of things. The Eric Kelly Museum houses the collective writings, the collective works of my work for over 65 years. And one of the things that I would like to see happen is many, many more museums for great artists. When you sit back and you talk about Basquiat, for example, great artist, a New York artist, where's his museum? Where's a place or a space for us to go and see his work? I talked about Ernie Barnes, or Charles White, for instance. Where can we go and learn about Charles White? Another gentleman, and I could go on and talk about the Kennedy Wiley, who's doing awesome work, Lisa Butler, who's doing awesome work, Mark Bradford, who's doing awesome work. We can go around the country and around the world and see the Van Gogh Museum. We can see the Richard Steele's work. Clifford Steele, work. We can see all of these white artists around the world. Museums. Where are the black museums for our young people to see the greatness of these artists who have gone on before us? You know, I also do photography work, and Gordon Parks was a great photographer. But think about it for a moment. Other than seeing the exhibit of Gordon Parks photography, where can you go and study him, the man? One of the reasons that I'm doing this video is because when you look at or talk about artists, many times we have people to narrate what was that artist thinking about, okay? And what was he feeling about what he was doing? And you don't get the conversation from the artist. The artists don't talk about the line work. The artists don't talk about the color. The artists don't talk about how he got to where he is. It's always somebody else talking about how he got there. Van Gogh, for instance, they talk about him cutting off his ear and sending it to somebody. They talk about the Starry Night piece. From their perspective, they don't talk about, or we don't hear Van Gogh say, well, the reason I did Starry Night because I was depressed and I thought tonight this was a piece. I was studying to do these kinds of things, and this is how the Starry Night happened. We don't get that story. So you really don't know the intent. And so I want to do a conversation about the intent of my work. My portraits, my lines and my colors are put together in a way to pull from you an emotion of how you feel about people on the planet. My pieces are human landscapes. I want you to look at my work and see the lines as the age of the people who I'm painting. When I talk about sitting in North Carolina on my stoop, or sitting in New York City, or going to Chicago, going to New Orleans, going to California, and going to all these different places and watching people, I want you to understand that I'm watching people to see how they move, how they react, how they respond. What makes them them? And so when you see my work, you may see a piece and say, that looks like this person, or that looks like that person, or that looks like this woman or this man. Well, what I do is I watch people and then I create the feeling that I got from those people. So while my pieces may look like certain folk, in my mind, they are sending out a message of emotion, feelings, and ideas and presence. And that's my intent. My intent is not to just paint pictures and you like them. My intent is to pull something from you deep down. My pieces are spiritual. The lines sometimes remind you of African mask. The lines remind you of lights and darks. The lines remind you of energy, of hope and presence. That's why I do the work that I do. Now, I could easily do figurative work. I could easily do scenes. But I had to ask myself one question. How do I do something that's going to be different, that's going to stand the test of time and say Eric Kelly III was here? And this was his work. This was his style. This is what he was thinking as he did artwork. And so as you look at my work, my earlier pieces, as I said before, were historical pieces, historical places in time. And then you look at my work now, you'll notice that I've morphed into doing work that brings about that whole emotional feeling from you to the work. And that's where we are today.
La connexion. La connexion.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that that's it.
Hey. No! Hey! To me, Sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants. He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like, baby, be you. Be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the Be You collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson Milton.
It's my favorite question to ask, but what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness, it's a mindset for sure. And prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000 foot view, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting if there's a need to pivot, adding new verticals. Like that's working on the business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Right. Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing. And working on the business is setting a strategy based on, what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve, I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is, if you are in the weeds every single day, and quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of, it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to take grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental.
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats. Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done. You have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. The next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rat race. You never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company, except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on. I
love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And even now I still do a lot, but what is really great is that right now I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up. Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business. Working in equals maintaining. Working on equals growth. Visit cvmsdc.org for more information on our development programs. Email us at info@cvmsdc.org.
Katie Bennett, and I own Lexicon Presents Publishing. We are a publishing and media company that helps you take your story and share it with the world. You know, for a while, I just had my family telling me to just hang it up, get over it, you know, and I had no support. And it was in your program that I really understood the necessity for having that help, having that support. And so now I actually feel like a CEO as we scale, as our clientele changes, as my company is opening doors for other people to, you know, take care of their families. It's just completely changed from just a mom who was publishing books. I was at a point where my job, although it was paying really well, wasn't enough. And my business was always in the red, and I was tired of it. And so I came in just hoping to get some sort of help to just not end up in the red every month. Ooh, wow. Okay, so there was one in particular, I cannot remember his name, but he asked me, he said, why are you in business? And I told him that I wanted to make a difference and I want to help my community. And he let me ramble on for a while. And then when I was done, he was like, okay, all of those things are great. They make you a humanitarian, not a business owner. And he was the one who told me, he's like, you know, you have this great service and you're offering it at like a great value price. So to someone like myself, we don't know that we're going to get the value of what you're actually bringing. And so that gave me the confidence I needed to raise my price. It gave me the confidence to go after my, you know, my actual client that I actually prefer to work with. And it really just changed everything for me. I don't think without him kind of giving me that push, I don't think I would have gotten to this point or position. Wow, the benefits is just having a coach that holds you accountable. They set goals with you. That's been my favorite part. She has amazing experience, you know, and so she brings her strategies and her ideas, and she helped me narrow down, you know, what services I actually wanted to offer, how I could actually continue to offer it, how many clients at one time could I have. All of the information that she's given has just really transformed my entire company. And so I know I would have never gotten to where I am today and having some of these partnerships that I'm, you know, having now without her help. You're going to get information that you're not going to find on YouTube. You actually take the time to strategically give us the information, then give us time to actually apply it. I would also say that so that you're not just out on a ledge alone trying to figure this out. Like, you deserve to be in a community with other people who also want to grow their business. And then finally, you know, the biggest thing I think I took away from CMET was that I had a whole office in Longwood, I still do, and at the time I had not paid my business tax receipt. I didn't know that that was something you had to do. So that was like one of the first couple days of information, and I'm like, oh my gosh, let me go get that together right now. So I'm really glad that, you know, CMET was there for myself, and, you know, anybody else who has the opportunity, they need to do it.
We're headed to the Holy City. The Carolinas Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council is proud to announce that the 2025 Business Opportunity Conference will be held in Charleston, South Carolina.
With support from our 2025 title sponsor, Sunoco, the event will once again feature the Scholarship Swing Golf Tournament curated by West Carey Group and Styra, and host the welcome reception at the International African American Museum.
Tickets are on sale now. We look forward to seeing you in Charleston August 3rd through the 5th for the Business Opportunity Conference.
The African
artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at. The way I feel when I'm drawing, when I'm creating something, is I feel free. I feel like there's an anticipation of something that's going to come. I try not to draw first. I try to draw second. And what I mean by that is I try to allow myself to kind of get into the piece and just relax. Sometimes I miss time. I'll draw 2-3 hours, sometimes 4 hours. And while I'm drawing, it's just a free. I just feel free. I mean, I feel like time stands still. That's what it's all about in terms of the lines and the colors in my work, is to get an expression, to go deeper and past just what you see on the surface, but to go in and try to find an expression that everybody gets a different taste of what that expression is, whether it's anger or whether it's being happy or whether it's being, kind of calm or nonchalant. That expression that people take away from the piece is the most important part of what I do as an artist. Bold is the size of my pieces, where I try to do the piece larger than life, to kind of push forward toward you. That's what the boldness is all about. It's not so much about the lines, it's about the size. The Face of Change art show is inspired by my mother, but more importantly, it's a historical moment in time as the pieces depict different emotions and expressions of Barack Obama. The 44th president is indicative of the 44 pieces of art that I have done in this particular collection. When you begin to think about expressions and portraits, this is a portrait gallery of expressions of what transpired as Barack Obama ran for office. Some of the pictures are abstract and some are expressionistic. And I combined both of those forms of art to create greatest collection of art pieces. Overcomer, brilliant, ambitious, motivated, awesome, Obama.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
Are you a Black entrepreneur with a vision for global success? Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Introducing the Black Business Network, BBN, one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of the world. The only 24/7 global multimedia ecosystem dedicated to connecting and promoting Black entrepreneurs, brands, and businesses globally. With BBN, you can sell your business now 24 hours a day to over 200 countries. Reach a global audience in real time, build trust, and generate leads like never before. Access a world of opportunity with our live streaming and replay platform, featuring on-demand content, documentaries, and exclusive interviews. Get your exclusive, one-of-a-kind Black Business magazine covers that feature you and your amazing business today. And tap into our Black Business Global Chamber of Commerce, where your voice will be heard globally with over 1 million business owners. Learn the insights and strategies that Black entrepreneurs are using to grow today. Power your business with the Black Business Black Credit and Debit Card. Get cashback, access microloans, and build your business by doing business with Black businesses worldwide. Stay ahead of the curve with the Black Business World Report, our yearly intelligence magazine, providing industry trends, government programs, funding alerts, and so much more. BBN is more than just a network. It's a revolution. It's a global movement, uniting Black entrepreneurs from over 200 countries to share knowledge, build relationships, and create economic empowerment. And for corporations, BBN offers a unique opportunity to demonstrate your commitment to diversity and inclusion and access. Submit your corporate commercial today. Sponsor BBN. Reach a targeted audience and support the growth of Black-owned businesses. Our Black Business Ambassador program provides support and detailed information on all activities. From onboarding to mastermind think tasks, they cover it all. Whether you're looking to expand your business or your viewers, BBN brings together the tools, talent, and technology needed to grow Black-owned businesses worldwide. It's where we speak, sell, connect, and rise. Live and on demand. Join the Black Business Network today. Visit bxtv.org to learn more and unlock your global potential. Where business is broadcast live. Where the future is today. Call 919-308-9090 for your Black Business Fireside Chat today as we showcase your amazing business to over 200 countries. Black Business Network, one of the largest Black business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Call today 919-308-9090 USA.